Hey everybody, I hope everybody had a great holiday, and I just want to say hi to all the Flosstubers and wonderful stitchers and all you crafty folk out there that take the time to watch my sporadic videos. As you, I don't know if you noticed, but my last video was 1 year ago, because my work life is crazy and I just don't have a whole lot of brain space for much else, especially in the past few months. It is insane, off the chart craziness. So I'm kind of lucky that I'm actually even have the brain pan space and the time to do the prep work and the video and all that. So I often have to just remind myself to take a deep breath when I start feeling the anxiety start to climb. So tonight is WIP Parade and end of year wrap up. It's obviously, as it always goes with me, it's going to be a long one, especially now, and we'll get into that later. I have a lot of notes to try to keep myself on track. I'm just pretty scatterbrained right now. So just bear with me, please, because I might have those moments where I stop and go, crap, what was I saying? Alright, so let's start with stats. For the number of WIPs I had starting the year were 37, and I ended the year with 49. That's an increase of 12 WIPs. I had 22 new starts. 12 of those were my planned kit starts for the year, and that went really well. And then I had 10 other new starts. My finishes for the year, I had 10. 6 were started and finished during the year, and 4 were WIPs that I pulled in from previous years. I had 2 FFOs and an additional partial. It's not fully finished, fully finished. It's in between stage, but I'll show you that too. Of my WIPs that I pulled into the year, I had 5 that I did not touch, so I did pretty good. And then retreats during the year, I went to 9 retreats. In January, I went to Stitch Away. In April was Steel City Stitchers. SCS in my previous crafty life always stood for Split Coast Stampers. So my brain always tries to go to that, but it's Steel City Stitchers in Pittsburgh. Also in April was Albuquerque Spring Retreat, StitchCon in June, and Sirens in June. In September, I went to Dirty Annie's in Fort Worth. And then in October was the San Antonio Area Stitcher get-together in McQueenie, Texas. And then also at the end of October was Camp Stitch More, which this year wasn't up at camp. It was in El Paso at a hotel for reasons, but so it wasn't truly camp, but it was still fun. And then in November I went to Stitching in the Mitten. So if you're not familiar, it's Michigan. So Stitching in the Mitten. The events that I participated in, I did Magical Stitches all year. In January I did Bringo, which today is 1 January, so we are starting Bringo again. September was AB Single, and December we just did Jingle Ball. So those are my stats for the year. I had a pretty good year. I stitched, so technically I stitched every month. February I only stitched on one project. That was my cross stitch kit start, because I was doing my Security Plus renewal, and I decided to take the month off because it took me a week to do the renewal course, and I didn't want to be distracted. Like, I know myself, if I had prompts to do, I would have not been able to keep myself from taking time away from the drudgery, the mental drudgery of it, to do, to do some stitching. So I forced myself just to take the month off. And once I finished it, my brain was so taxed from it that I just needed to not think about much of anything. But I did manage to start my kit start on the last day of the month. And it was a leap year, so that was the 29th of February. And another month that I had a lull was November. So I did stitching while I went to stitching in the mitten, and then I had a big lull because Magical Stitches prompts were delayed, and it's just weird. I didn't know what I wanted to stitch on if I didn't have prompts, and I didn't have a system in place like I did the year that I took off of Magical Stitches. I didn't have like a system in place to help me just choose something. So I realize I am extremely prompt driven for my stitching at this point. So now, as you can see, my stitchy tracker, since I've gone over 40 whips, I had to add another page to my tracker so that I could keep track of that stuff. And that was just a page that I built, and then it has this little flap that I use double-sided tape to affix it to the bottom edge of the original page, and it's working pretty well. So my stitchy tracker for 2024 is complete. Well, you guys have seen before, but if you're new, I put the next year's, there we go. So the first month of the next year is at the end of this tracker, because a lot of times I don't have the time to build a new tracker in December. So this is the way that I deal with that. So once I build a new tracker, then I can transcribe whatever I've put into this page into the new one. And hopefully I get around, because work life is still just incredibly insane. Hopefully I get around to building the new tracker in time. If not, I have ways to mitigate my failings. Okay, so let me throw this somewhere. Actually, no, let's just keep this here in case I want to refer back to it at some point. Alright, so let's just quickly talk about my method of how I'm going to do this year. So I'm going to do finishes, then I'm going to do my new starts that weren't already finished, and then I'll do my existing whips after that. Since last year, I took anything that I needed to out of the Q snaps. I have the pictures. I have all the pictures of what it was like at the beginning of the year, which is nice for right now. Because it's so crazy right now, there's only one project that I had to take out of the Q-Snap because I have pictures of anything that is not currently in the Q-Snap viewing. So that's what we're going to do this year. I have pictures on my phone that I can show you so you see everything. I don't know what it's going to be like next year. Hopefully I have time. Like I do a leapfrog every other year. I take stuff out of Q-Snaps that needs to be, because if it's still within the Q-Snap viewing, I'm not going to bother. It was a little bit of a ass pain to re-Q-Snap all the things when I went to stitch on them. So we're going to limit and all of the ironing. Not doing that this year. Even the one that I took, the one that I took out of the Q-Snap, I can't iron it because it has friction pen grid lines on it, and if I iron it, those disappear. So that's just not getting ironed until it's finished. Alright, let's take a quick hydration and let's jump in. So, and I have to think about it because how do I want to do this? This was a new start, so I don't need a starting, well, no, wait. I said I was doing finishes. So, let's do this. Give me a moment. I'm trying to think. Ooh. Sorry. I'm trying to think. Is there any part where I wrote down when I finished? No. So we're gonna have to do some. See, like I'm like 95% prepared for this. This was one scenario I didn't think of. And really, is it important? No, I don't think it's important. If you're curious, you just ask and I will dig up the information that I need. Alright, so this is Welcome Spring by the Drawn Thread. I started this project in 2000, May actually, so it was a Mania start. And I have all the pictures in an album, but it won't let me keep them in a certain order. So I may have to poke around. Alright, so this is what it looked like at the beginning of the year. I'm trying to figure out where to hold this so I don't have too much glare. There's where it was. I had everything done up to this point. So it didn't take much to fully finish it. So here is my fully finished project. So pretty. These are just, you know, they have an elegance to them, you know, that I just love. So am I motivated to start the others? Maybe. We shall see. I just don't know how that would go. I've looked at them. I like them. I got a lot of whips going right now, so that might be something to work on in the future. All right, so let's do stats. I mean, not stats, but details. If you don't recall, or you're new to my channel, let's see if I can hold this up and read. So this was stitched on 32 count Lugana in the color taupe. You'll see a lot of my projects are on taupe because I love it. It's a cool color, neutral color, so a lot of floss colors really just pop on them, and it's dark enough for the white and not so dark for most of the other colors, so it's a great color fabric. So I did a few changes to the floss colors, and I lost track of where I did them, but I don't think I did that many. I started with quite a few, and because at the time I was trying to conserve money, and some of these flosses were a little pricey. Things are different now. I can afford these things, so so I ended up switching back to a lot of the originals. So I think the only thing I did was places where like that little bit of yellow in the flowers did not need to be a fancy floss. But the greens, the letters, the birds, the fancy stitches in, I guess this is a lupine, correct me if I'm wrong, and I think I picked a different fancy floss for the eggs, the satin stitches in the eggs, but it turned out absolutely gorgeous. So, and again, if you're new, I take the time to put everything back into the project bag, because otherwise this would be a hot mess at the end. And with any project that I have shown in a previous WIP parade, I am not going to bother to do project bag, grime guard, needle minder information. I do that for just the new starts, but if you see something on a WIP that you want to ask me where I got it from, just let me know. I'll dig the information if I can. I'll dig it out and get it to you. Alright, so I'm trying to think. We can just pop you down there. Oh. Put everything back in the bag, Trisha. Okay. Okay, I'm just at the beginning of this, and I'm thinking about just how long this is going to take. But I enjoy watching WIP parades, and so I know that a lot of other people do. That's why I take the time to work on it. So I make cards for all of my projects so that all of the information about the project is in the project bag. It makes it a lot easier for these types of videos and for the years when I actually do updates through the year. So let me find the picture. This is Through the Storms by Silver Creek Samplers. It's such a cool picture, and this is where it was at the beginning of the year, so I was pretty darn close to a finish, so it was nice to have it finished, get it finished. So this was started August of 2020, and I like just some interesting information. On my card I have a block for the reason I started, because sometimes it's just cool to look back. I started this for a Magical Stitches prompt. I needed a whip with a duck in it. So, alright, so I have this in the project bag in a way so it would be easy to show it when it's finished. Oh, look at that. It's so pretty. Such a nice little pattern. So, actually do I have clips here? Yes, I do. I have clips. So we're gonna just clip the bottom so I can hold it up like so and not have it flop down. Alright. So just to give you the details, this is stitched on 32 count Lugana in Vintage Stormy Night, which again is one of my favorite fabrics to work on for certain ones. I used all of the called for floss, which is mostly fancy floss or all fancy floss. When I say fancy floss, I mean over-dyed cottons. If I'm using silks, I will just say silks. And I made one change to it. I changed antique rose. I used antique rose instead of gassed copper for the lighter color in the, now that's in the umbrella, yeah, word sometimes. The original just didn't coordinate with the darker color as well, and so I made that alteration, but everything else was good. Now the two things about this pattern is in the grass they have the information about, it's like a wedding sampler, which is what I'm sorry, I have a crick in my neck from holding it up. The wedding sampler type, so information in there. So I don't know if you can, let's take it out of the package to eliminate the glare. Down there they did initials and a date, and then glasses. Okay, so they have the year in the puddle. You know, anyways. Oh, I think this is the year you stitched it, and this was the year you got, I don't know. But what I did, so in the grass is our initials and the date of our wedding. We were stationed in Germany, so we actually got married first in Germany because we were concerned about his Deros, which is date of estimated return to the States, was coming up, and so we decided we were gonna do a courthouse type wedding or marriage ceremony in Germany, and then we would go back to the States for a wedding. But his mother does not know this, does not know we got married prior to the wedding, because the date we got married was his birthday, was also his late dad's birthday, his late father's birthday, and so it was pretty special for us to have our wedding on that day. So she doesn't know. So in the puddle is the day, month of our original tying the knot in Germany. So this turned out really good. Trying to think, you know, I toss around the idea, do I get this framed now? Do I hang it up? Her eyesight's not all that good, so I don't know if she's going to notice the numbers in the puddle and ask me what they are. I might just wait until she's gone. She lives with us, so it's kind of a quandary. Do I burst that? Do I chance bursting that bubble? So there it is. I love this. I love this because it is such a cool saying. No relationship is all sunshine, but two people can share one umbrella and walk through the storms together. That is such an apt saying for a marriage. Because it's not all rainbows and sunshine. It takes work. It takes work and effort and some just decisions to what is really important to you. Alright, so give me a moment while I get this back into the Q-snap in a somewhat pretty, because I might take this to retreats this year to be on the brag table. Okay, that's about as good as it's gonna get right now. We'll finish that up when I get done with this. Okay, that one's a little longer because it had a lot of history. So this one, let's find its picture. This is 0 Days by an Etsy seller that I don't know if they still sell the pattern. And here's what the stock photo looks like. And here's my finish. So I stitched this for my husband because it's for him, sarcasm is an art form. And I don't know if they have the same thing in the civilian sector, but only in like more industrial job sites. So usually there's a board that has 0 days since the last safety incident, and they do that in the military too. So I thought this was pretty apt for the. So my plan is to frame it. Trying to think of the kind of frame I want to put it in, but I'm gonna give it to my husband to put up at work. So this was stitched on 18 count white Aida using Anchor Black, and I made, trying to think, I think I made a change, or I was thinking about making a change. Don't know if I did or not. I can't tell. I don't think I did. I was thinking about it because some of the I've got pretty good coverage, but when you're up on it, the coverage was not the best, and I was thinking about stitching between the stitches with black to kind of make it more solid. I know I did that on another project. I don't think I did it on this one, because this one, Anchor Black 18 count, because that's equivalent to 36 count, and it turned out pretty good. So this was started for a Magical Stitches prompt. I needed a whip with black stitches. So I finished this in March. That was good. I wrote that on the card. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I'm trying to get better about certain things, and that's one of them. So the Etsy seller storefront was called Modern Counts, and I don't know if they are still in business or sell it, because this was started in January of 2020. Go. They never go back in the bag as nicely as you had them. But sometimes quick and dirty is good enough. Alright, so the next one, ooh, this is fun. So this one is what I called Feline Halloween. It is actually a pattern by JVW Designs called Scaredy Cats. And here's where it was. Now that's not going to be any better. Let's get it up on there. There we go. At the beginning of the year. So what's fun, let me get this stuff out. This is what it's originally charted with. I saw a stitched example at Keepsakes where they had done it in different threads, and I liked it so much that I copied that. So the words are stitched in Silken Colors number 126 called Monster Mash, and the kitties are all stitched in NPI black. And here's my finish. Oh, this is so cute. I love it. Alright, so make sure it's in the camera as I'm reading details. So this is stitched on 32 count Lugana Colors Vapors by Atomic Ranch Fabrics. I told you the thread colors. This was started in October of 2023, and it was a Stitching Misfits sal. We called it the Feline Halloween sal because a few of us at StitchCon decided to stitch it together. So here it's a finish, and that turned out so pretty. So cool. And it was definitely a fun stitch. And the way that Silken Colors color just kind of flows is perfect for it. Alright, so those are my 4 finishes from previous years. We're going to start on my 2024's start and finish projects. So this first one is, it was the retreat pattern at the Sirens Retreat. So this is a series of patterns. So here's another one. So this one is a toadstool, and this one is some moths. So we got, it was kind of random through the retreat who got which, and then they had the other one available for sale. So some people were stitching moths, some people were stitching toadstools. So this was started and finished at the retreat. And let me get this card out. So this is stitched on 32 count Joblin Leshy by Under the Sea Fabrics. The kit that they gave us was, they included a linen of Leshy, and I don't like stitching on linen, so I bought my own piece of Joblin to stitch it on. And I think it's such a pretty, just simple little pattern, and I'm kind of excited to see what other patterns the series is going to produce. But the designer brand is Odd and Familiar, and it's a newer designer brand, and the woman behind it is Amy Jane Walker. She works with Leslie. She works at her cross stitch store, and she is such a cool person. But she has started designing, and this is some of the first things to get started with. So at some point I will start the moths, probably when I have a prompt that requires a moth. It'll get started. Okay, so since this is a new start, I don't have a, it's already off the Q-snap, so there's no grime guard or needle minder to tell you about, but this is a project bag that I got at the Sirens Retreat by the Golden Familiars. Can you see? Sometimes I can't tell if, so there's the tag. So and there's the zipper pull. Now this is not an, this is one of those ones you kind of have to let your eyes go. But it's a cat and a dog. So the dog is black outline and the cat is a lighter outline in front of the dog. So when you first look at it, you're like, that doesn't look like anything, but once you know what you're looking for, it really kind of does pop out at you. Let's do this to show you. Let's take everything out. Because, oh well, vinyl, it's going to be kind of tough, but look. I love this fish. So it's all sea life in the focus fabric. And then it's a nice batik on the outer. Now, project bag makers, take note. Take note. Don't know if everybody's like this, but I gotta tell you, this bugs me. The pretty focus fabric should be on the outside. Because once I have stuff in here, I can't see it. I like the focus fabric to be on the outside. Use an accent fabric for the inside, because it doesn't matter then if it gets covered up. Alright, rant over. Alright, so the next start and finishes are also ones that were my FFOs. So all of them are, I'm gonna grab everything on here. All of them are for stitching in the mitten, because we had a retreat project, a retreat stitch and finish, and then we had 2 classes that were ornament finishing. So Artie did the ornament finishing classes, and you had to do pre-stitching for them. So let's pull these out and show you. So, alright, let's do this. The first one that we're going to talk about is my Leaping Stag. So there's what the stock photo looks like. It's threadwork primitives, and I made one floss change. I swapped gassed maple syrup. It was charted with apple cider, and I didn't like the coloring, so I used maple syrup instead. And here's my finish for it. So it's a 4-inch round finish. Okay, so let's delve into, I love taking finishing classes, but finishing classes, you're usually kind of rushed and you're restricted for the materials and tools that are available. So this is not up to my standard. It doesn't look bad from a distance, but once you get up close, you can tell. So my plan is to because the bow is actually just stuck on with a pin. I like the bow. The bow does match, but I intend on making a prettier bow. This is a very simple bow that does not take any time at all to do. And so, due to supply issues, she did not have pre-formed 4-inch round styrofoam forms available to her, so we had to cut our own, and we didn't have the appropriate tools that you use to cut styrofoam nicely, and so it's quite bumpy. I might keep this one and stitch another one and finish it in the same way with the same fabric to do as a swap, an exchange. So this one might just go on my tree because my lacing was rushed. There was no. I would put batting underneath the piece to give it just a little bit more oomph. But all in all, it's not a bad. It looks good, and I think it just. Sometimes I question my own color choices, but every once in a while, everything just works absolutely perfect. So I'll probably do a better bow or fix this one permanently. It's literally just a pin holding it on. So you can see it's pretty. I'll do a better bow, and then I'll put a baler, is that what the right word? It's a metal finding with a flat part to stick here, and then a loop at the top to run some cording through as to hang it. But there's my leaping stag, and I think the brown is what I changed, and I think it worked really, really well. I think it just goes better with the other colors, a lot better than apple cider did. So, excuse me, my nose sometimes gets runny. That's the first one. The other ornament was from Cranberry Christmas from Hands On Design, and I did this little round piece right here because they were both round finishes. So this is a hoop finish, a 4-inch hoop finish, and here it is. So now that I'm looking at it, well, no, it is right. Because I'm trying to figure out is it straight? I don't think it's quite straight in the hoop. I think I do. I think the bow changes your viewpoint of it, or I'm just holding it wrong. All right, so hold on one moment. I need my card for this. So I used all the call for. Actually, no, never mind. Let's start from the beginning. This was stitched on 32 count. Let's back up. This is stitched on 32 count light taupe Lugana, because I thought those colors looked good on that color. And this is stitched on 32 count taupe Lugana. I used so the original colors for the pattern were Sulky Petites and I can't remember which LNS, but there was an LNS that had a Fancy Floss conversion, overdyed cottons conversion pack that I bought. So I used the conversion pack for this. So let me quickly go over the colors that were used in case you're interested in stitching this with something other than Sulky Petites. So the colors used are Classic Colorworks bandana, lemongrass, 12 grain, sticks and twigs, and we had gentle art, so gassed, cucumber, and buckeye scarlet were the conversion. And they turned out really well. So there it is. I made 2 changes to the pattern itself. In the berries, those little dots that are the little nubby part of the cranberry was left unstitched, and I filled it in with one of the colors in the pattern already. And in the center, the areas between the white diamonds was not stitched, and I didn't quite I did not like how it looked. So I took one of the colors from the pattern and I filled it in, and I think it turned out a little bit, it just brought it perfect. Okay, so the finishing. I think this one mostly turned out really well. I'm questioning. I'll have to take the bow off and verify that I was actually straight. So it's a 4-inch hoop finish. I love the fabric that I chose because this looks like a tartan, kind of, and I think it just really does work with it really well. I'm not too keen on the bow. The bow is actually kind of nice, but I think I want to find a fun button that is a little bit more decorative, a little bit larger, maybe something shaped so that it kind of uses this space right here that's in right here, because without something in this area it looks like I moved it down too far, but I actually did. So maybe I'll just make a bigger bow and have it sit a little bit lower. We'll see. I'll have to fiddle with it just a little bit to get it to be my OCD brain make that happy. But all in all, it turned out super cute, and it was a fun class. So I think I provided you with all the necessary details. If you have further questions, just let me know. Let's get it back in the bag that it traveled in. Okay, so then my final start and finish for this year, that's a quasi FFO, was the retreat project for stitching them in. Now, my finishing is not quite finished. I had to do a quick and dirty, sloppy stuffing of this. As you can see, it's not closed yet, because I don't intend to use fiberfill to fully finish this. I want to use sawdust, but I have to source sawdust first. Or if I can't, I should be able to get sawdust because there's a wood shop place on base with the Arts and Crafts Center, and so I just need to stop in there one day and go, look, I just need a bag of your sawdust. But that's one of those things that I have to have brain space and time to do. But anyways, this pattern is called Duck Family. I don't know if she's going to release it, because obviously it's very specific to the retreat, and I think it's all DMC. So it's a mattress finish. So here's the front, got a little duck on the back, and the edging is this really pretty quatrefoil design. So, and I think it turned out really pretty. So they sent it with a linen, and I don't do linens. So let me find its card. And I'm counting, and actually I'm counting this as 3 projects because I stitched the front and I stitched the back and I stitched the side in separate pieces, and then it got finished into one object. So they actually got in my all of my stats and tracking. This was 3 projects for stitching. The fabric that I chose to stitch it on is 32 count Lugana. The color is Golden Harvest by Atomic Ranch Fabrics, and its color was very close to the original fabric that I was sent, so I was happy. Turned out really good. Very cute. So, I think I don't know if once I fully finish it, I'll show it to you in its sawdusty form. I don't know when you'll be, I mean, it's more of a tactile thing. But this is my first mattress finish. I started finishing one of the block party, more than a couple. It's been a few years. I started finishing it at a retreat. I had forgotten to bring my Uber magnification visor glasses with me, and so I was having trouble seeing the details, and my thread broke, and I was like, well, okay, I put it down, and I haven't picked it back up. So this is my actual first mattressy finish, blocky finish that I've done. So that is that. Alright, let's do a little cleanup. I'm trying to think if there's any project bags that you haven't seen before. I think you've seen my Mickey Mouse one, is what I had this in. You've seen the other ones in previous videos, but this one is new. Look at the kitties. This is from the Just Crossing Stitches Etsy shop on Etsy. So pretty little kitties. Love it. And then this one, you may have seen it before. It's really pretty. So, holly sprigs. I'm trying to find the maker. Well, let's see if it's on the card. Maybe Duck Family. Nope. Those were Finnish. Uno momento. Let's see if there's a maker mark on any part of it. Nope. So, oh, well, there it is. Duh. It is Needle to Knot. And I'm trying to think. I don't think this was an Etsy purchase. I think this was a retreat purchase. It has this really pretty, kind of like, is it a buffalo check when it's diagonal, like diamonds? Maybe it's a buffalo diamond pattern. Anyways, it was one that I couldn't pass up. Okay, so let's all that down there. Let's get started on all of my whips. So these are my new starts. We're going to start with my cross stitch kit start 2024 projects. So if you don't remember or are new to my channel here, at the beginning of 2024, well, sometime in 2023, I decided I wanted to do 12 kit starts in 2024, and people that I talked to were interested in joining me, so I started a Facebook group for it called Cross Stitch Kit Start 2024. And my 12 starts were very successful. I started one each month. And I think what I'm doing here is I'm showing you them in the order they were started. So, and I'm probably going to lose track. Well, I do have a cheat sheet to follow. So, excuse me. I don't know if that's going to come up or not. I burp when I drink. Alright, so I don't have previous pictures because these are all new starts. This was my January kit start, and it's called Stormy Lighthouse. They actually just called it Lighthouse, but because I might be stitching other lighthouses, I had to give it something of a specific name to differentiate. So I call it Stormy Lighthouse. It is so pretty. This is a kit by Perman, and they're based in, is it Belgium, I think? I had to look it up because one of them is Magical Stitches or a Bringo. There was a prompt for a project for a non-US designer, and so I was looking up who was US based and who wasn't. But if you need to know, just let me know. But it's Perman. I had to go to Perman's. No, did I go? No, I had to go to Perman website to get its details because I saw it in a Google search image. And then I got the information to Nancy down in El Paso, who has still a, I guess you call it a dealer license, because she used to have a cross stitch store. And I just had to find it on Hoffman's website, and she would order it for me. There we go. And let's get its thread sort of out of the way. And here's what it looks like. So this is an upper left-hand start. I'm stitching this on 32 count Lugana in Vintage Stormy Night. It's, well, the pattern has unstitched parts, but because I swapped the fabric out for Lugana for the linen that was in the kit, I don't know if I said that right. There was linen in the kit. I don't stitch on linen if I can help it, so I chose a Lugana to stitch on. And what I did is I picked a floss color that was the same color as the fabric to stitch in those spaces that you would have seen the fabric through. So this is going to be a full coverage when I'm done, and but when I frame it, you're going to see the fabric on the outside. And I thought that the blue-gray color would make the stitches, there wouldn't be a lot of, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Extremely noticeable coverage issue kind of thing. When you stitch on a bright white, on the dark colors, you can see the white through. When you stitch black, or if you stitch light colors on a dark fabric, they're so I figured, because all the colors are basically blue-gray, this was a good choice. And when I frame it, there's going to be a little bit of a border on it. I thought this fabric would work really, really well. So I'm using all the kit threads to stitch it. And I love this picture, so I'm happy. It's got a few prompts. That's why it's got a good number of good amount of stitching on it. So still a lot of stitches to do, but it's got a good start. So just to let you know, my grime guard is one I made, and the needle minder, because it matches. I got it from Etsy, a store called Stu Art Stitches. So if you're interested in it, I got a few needle minders from them. As you'll notice, sometimes my needle minders are matchy-matchy, my grime guards are sometimes matchy-matchy, my project bags are sometimes matchy-matchy, but not always. Sometimes they're just literally what was closest at hand. So there it is. It's a new project bag. So this is, I'm sorry, I don't know who did it. There's no maker mark. And I believe it was a retreat purchase. I have made a mental note to myself to get better at keeping track of what I buy at retreats, because as I prep for this video, I was like, damn it, I don't know where I got this from, or which retreat, or who made it, if there was not a maker mark, because, you know, I made a mental note. So in this next year, I'm going to try to get better at keeping a record of my retreat purchases, so I can tell you who made it when I show it to you. But so one of those things I can improve. Let's see what happens if I do. So making sure I gave you all the details, and I have a bucket back here to start putting everything in. Okay, so for February, I started a kit by Dimensions called Ice Cardinal. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful. Card. So this, let's get the thread a little bit out of the way. And here's where I'm at. So this is an upper left start. It's a blob of stitches until I get more colors in, and then it'll get more defined. So there it is. Now this is being stitched on 18 count black Ada. I swapped fabric on every kit. So here we go. The pattern needed black, so we're going with black Ada, because black Ada works really well. Black Lugana is difficult, very difficult to stitch on for me. So my grime guard I made. Needle minder is matchy-matchy because it's a cardinal, and this is a crinkle wood crossing. I can tell by the overall make of it, and I remember buying it. I don't remember if it was an Etsy purchase or if it was a retreat purchase, because she has an Etsy store, so Jennifer is her name. She is a personal friend now because we met her at StitchCon, and she tends to sit with us when we're at retreats together. So I don't remember if this was Etsy or a retreat, because she brings her stuff to StitchCon. I don't know if this next year she'll be at more retreats or not, but it was nice. And the bag is one of my favorites. So this is a bag, maker is Bags by Beth B. She doesn't sell on Etsy, and she only sells in certain local LNSs. And last time I saw her at a retreat, she was like she was tired of making bags, so I don't know if she's going to come back to it or not, but I love this one. It is so beautiful. And there's beautiful birds on the back. I just love the coloration of it, the gray tone, and the details, and it has a handle. I love it. So the other detail I didn't pass on was it's all kit threads. At this point, all of them are kit threads. There's one I might be changing, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. So, remember which direction I need to go in to get them in their receptacle bin. It's kind of a shell game. Pull them out of one bin to put in another bin, and when that bin empties, the next full bin gets put into that bin. Not shell game. What do you call it? Just assembly line, or anyways, you know what I mean. So this next one was started in March, and it is my Stained Glass Rose by Janlin. So Janlin is the kit maker, and here is what the pattern looks like. I love stained glass, and I love the watercolory look to it too. Those are some of my big draws that I have to certain patterns. So let's get it thread out of the way. And here is where we're at. This one is a center start. And so it's not going to look like much until I get more colors and the actual black lines in for the stained glass leading. But there it is. This is being stitched on 32 count Lugana colors Helix by Picture This Plus. The pattern, as you notice, is pretty full coverage. There's areas where there's leading but no stitches in the top and bottom. So I wanted a fabric that kind of looked like another piece of stained glass. So that worked out really well. I'm stitching it with kit threads. Grime Guard and Needle Minder are ones I made. And the bag is, so if there's an interesting fabric on the inside, I'll take stuff out. Actually, because there's pattern in it. So this one was by the Joyful Stitching. Let's see. It's Joyful Stitching Store on Etsy. So there's what the inside looks like, and there's its focus fabric. I love this. I meow you. Obviously it's not matchy-matchy, but it was what was handy at the time. So there's my stained glass rose. This one's gonna get some stitches this month because it fits into Bringo and Magical Stitches. So that'll be good. Oh, wrong way. Let's go this way. Hopefully my camera has enough space on it for how long this is going to be. If not, we'll have to do a pause, delete shit. Alright, so the next one, this was April start. It's called Owl 1. It's a kit by Linart. So this is a picture of the box. No, I got box here. So let's just grab the box. So there's, yeah, it's a much better picture. So it's a Lennart kit. It's called Owl 1. I call it Snow Owl because I stitch owl. I might stitch a few owls, and I need to differentiate from it. So here is my start. So I did a upper left hand start. Yep, this is an upper left. So you can see that's where his eye ridge starts coming in. And this is gonna be fun. I love this pattern, it's so pretty. So this is being stitched on a 32 count Lugana in antique white because it's full coverage. And there's a lot of white in it, so I didn't want any color showing through the white. I'm stitching it with kit threads. The grime guard is one I made, and the needle minder is another crinkle wood crossing. I figured this one was kind of apt because pussycat in the owl. So those cute little kitties. I thought that was a good match because I didn't have an owl to put in here, so. Alright, so new project bag. Do I have the information on the card? No, project bag is unknown. I'm pretty sure this is a retreat purchase because there's no maker mark, and I can't find it in my Etsy purchase history, but it's just pretty clover. Yeah, that's the word, clover pattern. And it was just one that was within reach. Sometimes that's all I need is what's close at hand. You go in the bucket instead. Oh, I'm tired. I'm tired. I've had a rough couple of nights. So I feel my energy flagging. But we're gonna buck up and just do this. Because if I don't do it now, it's not gonna happen. And I'll be happy once it's finished because it's one thing on my brain that I can check off. Alright, so the next one is a fun one. So this was started in May, and the pattern is called Birds in Winter. It's a Creative Accents kit. Creative Accents is like the precursor to Dimensions, is what I've heard on other videos. So there's what it looks like. And before I show you, this is unstitched. So I had to find a fabric that I thought would work really well with this. And here it is. Here's the start. I think this is just one color that I'm bringing down from the left-hand corner start. So this is being stitched on 32 count vintage Stormy Night Lugana as one of my go-to fabrics, and I thought that would look good in the background unstitched areas of the pattern. So there it is. I'm excited to see this one develop. So this is being stitched on with the kit threads as grime guard I made, and needle minder is Strawberry Shortcake. This was a retreat gift forget which retreat it was at. She came around to our table with a box of charms. You picked one from the box, and then she gave you the magnets and the glue, and you made them into a needle minder. So I thought that was cute. I loved my strawberry shortcake when I was young. Alright, so project bag is one I just, because it matches perfectly with the chickadees. And this is a Creations by Mary Rose pattern, and there's the inside fabric. It coordinates nicely, and the focus fabric is on the outside. Love it. When I went on Etsy recently to look up certain information and to do a little, maybe buying a few more needle minders and project bags, her store was inactive. I don't know whether inactive is the word. There's nothing in her store. It didn't say she was taking a break. Usually if for the holiday they take a break so they don't have to worry about processing and shipping orders during the holidays. So I don't know what's happening with her. So anyways, that one is all of my stuff, all of my starts I love. So but I gotta, something you feel like saying every time. So there's that one. And go back there. So the next one, this was started in June. This is a Dimensions Gold Collection kit called Regal Tiger. He is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm gonna love this. Alright, so he is being stitched on 16 count Aida in parchment. That was a good match for its kit fabric that it came with, and in the count that I like to work on. So there it is. Background, and here's where his ear is coming in. So he's just gonna be stunning when he's done. Alright, so Grime Guard I made in needle minder is from Etsy store called Ivory Needle Store, and I love it. The little kid. Let me get my needles. I have multiple needles on this one. Okay, so my projects usually have 2 needles on them, at least, because I stitch with one, and then I have one that's a bigger needle to use as a laying tool when I need it. So we're gonna put those on, get you out a little bit, and get you close. I don't know if you can see that. Every stitch you make, every skein you take, every strand you break, I'll be watching you. I thought that was just a fun needle minder. Okay, so it's a new project to you project bag, and it's from Peggy Sew Creative on Etsy. Peggy Sew as in sewing. Peggy Sew Creative, and it's butterflies on the inside and this pretty stripy fabric on the outside. And it's a big one. It's a big one. It was what was well, I figured stripy because of tiger. It was the closest thing that had any matchiness to it. At some point I might get a better one and swap it out, but I don't know if that will happen or not. But wasn't he just beautiful? Alright. So there we go. Bucket. Give me a second, I gotta scooch everything in the bucket so that more fits in. Okay, the next one is one that was started in July. And it's got a lot of floss. This is a dimensions pattern. It's an oldie but goodie called Mason Jar Lineup. There we go. You can see it. Alright, so this is being stitched on 32 count Lugana in antique white. And there's my progress. So, a lot of color changes, so it's very spotty at this point. It'll become more defined as I add more colors. But you can see the jar starting to come in. So this is being stitched with kit threads. The grime guard and needle minder are ones that I made. I'll just say mine from now on. Sorry. Okay, give me a sec. That was a starting run. I'll do this off camera. To get it. Okay, let's take a quick break. Okay, so kit threads, did all those details. This one is going to be fun. A lot of back stitching on it, but it is going to be gorgeous. So this is, I don't know if you've seen this before. This, oh, look at those pretty butterflies. So colorful. It's by Creations by Mary Rose. I have a lot of her bags. I think she's one that I have bought from the most in the past. And I am gonna love seeing this come to life. I had a lot of fun with the Kit Start project. So I'm not going to do anything this next year because I had no time to plan anything. No brain power or energy to plan anything. But I have plans for one of the next years. A subject that I want to just start patterns that they relate to. So we'll see how that works out. So this, let's find it. There's this picture. This is a Lucas S kit called The Winter. And it's actually The Winter in my tracker. And when I have to use a design name for something, because this company has one actually called Winter. So that's just gorgeous. I grew up in Wisconsin, so this just reminds me of home. And it's gorgeous. It's just a beautiful, beautiful picture. So this is being stitched on, let's find its orientation, and there is where it's at. Because this literally is the biggest kit, biggest size of project that I started with kit size. It went into an 11 by 11, and I think it's working for me. So there it is. So this is being stitched on 32 count Silvery Moon. I figured with it being a full coverage, with there being a lot of white gray and gray colors, Silvery Moon would be a good choice for its fabric. Okay. Take a breath. Sorry that I don't know if you can feel, you know, I'm an empath, so sometimes I can get a feeling for, I'm usually more energetic and upbeat in these videos, but for some reason I am just draggy. Okay, kit threads on this pattern. Grime Guard was a gift at a retreat, so it's Hogwarts, and it's the only, doesn't match the project, it was the only 11 by 11 Grime Guard that I had on hand. So this might get changed out at some point when I feel the sewing need to come on. I'll make some Grime Guards. So there it is. Needle minder is a crinkle wood crossing. I have quite a few of those. And there it is. It's gonna take me a while, but I am gonna love. So the project bag is a new one. It's by Peggy So Creative again, and it's a big one, which was a necessary thing for the 11 by 11. And this is this beautiful blue kind of Moroccan tile patchwork, and I figured the blue colors lent itself to the wintry feel, so that's why I chose it with amongst what my current empty project bags were. There's that. Okay, we're making progress. Okay, we're gonna start stacking on top of that bin. When you have more projects that will fit into the bins that you can fit in the space around you, maybe you need to slow down a little bit. But I'm happy. I'm good with the number I have because I had fun with the cross stitch kit start project. And I love them all. So this next one is a kit by a Russian company called Neocraft, and it's actually the translation is maiden start. No, not maiden start, maiden flight or first flight. I went with maiden flight because it's just this little dragonling who's taking his first flight by using a balloon, because his little wings haven't developed enough for him to fly on his own. And it's just this cute little pattern. So this is being stitched on a 32 count Joblin in Summer Sky, which I thought would be a really good background to this pattern. It just made sense that he'd be in a sky looking background. So here's my start. I started on the balloon because it was close to center. It's a very irregular shape, so I started, and I figured I'm gonna have more fun stitching the dragon. I wanted to get the big balloon out of the way before I got to the dragon. So there it is, and I'm actually stitching it in this direction because it's easier to stitch down than it is to stitch up. And if you turn your project 180, your stitches will lay the same way regardless of, it's when you turn it 90 degrees is where your stitches will lay opposite, and that's helpful if you're doing a round robin or if you inherited a project where the person laid their top leg differently than you do. You just turn the project 90 degrees and your stitches leg will match once you turn it upright to the existing stitches. So that's just a helpful tip I learned from Flosstube some years ago. So that's why my needle minder is in a weird spot on it. So there's my start. It's being stitched with all the kit threads. The grime guard and needle minder are mine, the ones I made. I've had those for quite a while. I might get a dragon needle minder at some point. And you might have seen this one already, but I gotta show you this project bag because I love it. So it's a Creations by Mary Rose, and it's a William Morris print, and I love William Morris. It's beautiful. The bag that she had on her listing had the focus fabric on the inside, and I messaged her and asked her, can you make me one with the focus fabric on the outside? And she did, as a what do they call it? I can't think of the word, where you just a listing for a specific person. So she did that, and that's a beautiful bag. And one little tip, when you're having to stack vinyl fronted project bags in a stack, I found that if you stack them in the same orientation, they're slidey. If you stack them with fabric to fabric, they stick. And the next one, on top, you stack vinyl to vinyl, and they stick, so they don't go all slidey on you. Okay, the next one was started in October. So this is my Riolis kit named Blue Jays. This is pretty. So Riolis kit, this is a wool acrylic floss. And so in one of my kit start, I talked about, am I gonna be okay with working from, oops, sorry, give me a sec. I have a light source over here that is, if I turn it down lower, it's too bright as it is. If I turn it down lower, it gets flickery. So I have filters over top, and they kind of slid off. So, okay. So anyways, it's working okay. I like it. So let's show you the project first. And this is my start. See, it lost a layer off, so it's a little bit more bright and more glary. Do I have another layer I can throw on there? Let's see if this will work. That might be too dark. No, it's good. My camera was just having a moment. So, yep, upper left-hand start, and that's where I'm at. I mean, those colors are beautiful. I'm having slight leads. I'm conflicted. The coverage is awesome on this, but there is a lot of back stitching on this, and I think that because I went from what was this? I don't know what its original fabric was. I think it was a 27. I think it was a 27. Anyways, this is a 32 count, and so the stitches themselves aren't too tight, but I think once I start having to do back stitching, it might prove to be a little bit challenging. So I'm debating on converting the floss into DMC. I don't know. There's pros and cons to it. Like, does the wool acrylic have a look to it that's gonna be good for the project that DMC will not have? I don't know. So I'm debating. I don't think it will really matter. The pattern is a beautiful pattern as it is, so I think once I have brain space to work through it, we're gonna convert this to DMC. Although I haven't tried conversion. Once I start trying to match the current floss to a DMC color, I might have trouble doing it. So I don't know. We'll see if it goes well or not. That might be a deciding factor of whether or not this gets converted or not. Anyways, there is my start. This is being stitched on 32 count Lugana in white. It's a full coverage. And there's quite a few white stitches, so I didn't want anything showing through. You might see that I made a bunch of this grime guards in the same fabric. So this is a grime guard by me, and needle minder is a, give me a second. I don't have it in here. Owl Forest Embroidery is where they got the needle minder from. So that's it right there. So this one's kind of in a hiatus because I have to make the decision of how I'm going to move forward on it. Two more from Kit Start. So the next one was November, and this is an oldie. I have a picture. I don't think so. No, I don't. I don't have a picture I made. Well, because it's a difficult, because it's really long. I want to see if I have saved. Favorites. Okay. I can't promise I'm gonna pop a picture in here because I don't like to edit any more than I need to. But you guys more or less know what. You can Google it and you'll find out. This is called Fruit Bell Pull by Teresa Wentzler. It was a, let me write this down as a note. I need a picture of Fruit Bell Pull for the next time. So it was a Janlin kit from many years ago. So this is one panel of 6 or 5, because there's peaches, cherries, pears, plums, apples, and grapes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, it's a 6-panel, really lengthy. And this is the top panel. This is going to be the peaches. And I'll get you up close so you can see that border is pretty intricate. It's, oops. Is it Sorry about that. I got something that hangs right there and I knocked it down. It's satin stitches for the leaves. I made good. I was having fun because this actually was in November when we didn't have our prompts till way late in the month, because she didn't realize that they didn't post, I think what it was, until way late. And I was going to a retreat. I needed something to stitch on. And so since this was my kit start, I've just got started. And I knew the border was going to be pretty fiddly. So I tried to get it pretty close to pretty close to established before I went to the retreat. And it's a good thing I did, because I stitched across, because I didn't grid this. I'm getting better most of the time. I'm getting better at doing things. And then I stitched the down ones. And then I started, I think what it is, I started doing this, the leaves in the border. And then I started going across. It's either top or bottom, I can't remember which. And I got there, and I didn't have enough threads between that last stitch and this inside border. Didn't have enough? Yeah, I didn't have enough. So thankfully I didn't do both the uprights and then do the leaves in the top and bottom, because I was able to frog those two uprights, move them over a stitch, and then stitching them down. And that fixed that problem. So now my border is where it's supposed to be, and I got some good progress on it. I'm very happy with that. It is stitched on a 32 count Joblin. The color is Queen Anne's lace. I think it's a Wishelt. One of their printed over-dyed looks. Pretty sure. I found it at Craft Gallery in Findlay, Ohio. And I thought it would be a good background for this. It's being stitched with the kit threads, which are actually DMC, but they're vintage DMC, so hopefully I don't have a problem with running out. I shouldn't, because the original was a 28 count fabric. This is a 32. Floss usage on a 32 is a little bit more conservative, so hopefully I should have good. Even so, even if I get down a little bit further, and I have to switch to a more current DMC if there's any color differentiation. It might just look like a, color variation that I intended. But we'll work through it. Alright, so the grime guard is one I made, and the needle minder is all forest embroidery. It's dandelions. Not truly matchy, but I figured it's a fruit bell pull, and watermelon is a fruit, so that's why I chose it. Project bag is another one of my William Morris ones from Creations by Mary Rose. I'll be sad if she has stopped making bags, but life is life, I guess. If it's has to be that way, then we'll deal with it. Alright, there we go. Okay, so the last one for this year was started in December, and this is, okay, my printed picture Oh, it doesn't look too bad. Let's see. Let's grab the box and compare what the camera sees. Yeah, I think this got a little yellowed, but you can pretty much see it there. But we'll use the box for the video. There we go. It's called Sparrow with Berries. It's a Lin-Art kit, and the design is actually a Marjolaine Baston, based on a Marjolaine Baston artwork. And as you know, I love her stuff. This will be my third Marjolaine Baston WIP in my repertoire. I love her artwork. It's gorgeous. Because it's, if I'm not mistaken, she does it in watercolor. And I love watercolor, the look of watercolor art. So, let me grab its card. At the back. Here's where I am. I am basically a center start. So it's one of the birds. So I try to get enough of his face so there is not just a big blob you're looking at. So you can almost start to see the little birdie come in with the berry in his beak. So this is being stitched on 32 count Lugana in antique white. It's being stitched with the kit threads, and it's just going to be gorgeous. The grime guard is one I made some years ago, and the needle minder is, you know what, that's what some of them I'm simply unsure. It's a retreat purchase. I'm pretty sure this was maybe a My Big Toe or a Zappy Dots type needle minder, but I love the Moroccan tile look. So it was just pretty, so I picked it. I am working on getting, well, no, I'm working on getting a chickadee needle minder and maybe a prettier cardinal. Let's see. Yeah, and looking for a good owl one. Trying to get ones, and the blue jays, lots of birds. So I'm gonna look also for a sparrow needle minder to use. If I find one, awesome. If I don't, oh well. Alright, so this is a new project bag that you haven't seen before, so I'll show it. It doesn't match at all, but it's one that was just close. Again, this is another one where I think that the fabric on the inside would look better on the outside. But it's a Etsy seller by the name of Calculated Stitcher. And it's just, I love the color pink. But I would have really preferred this focus fabric to be on the outside. C'est la vie. It got bought anyway. So I pretty much said it's kit threads, and this is just gonna be gorgeous. Alright, so those are all of my cross stitch kit starts for the year 2024. Let's take a quick hydration break. Arrange my notes a little bit better. So we're going to start on, first is my new starts that weren't kit starts for 2024. The first one is what I used as my New Year, New Start for 2024 was Cirque de Circles by Ink Circles. can get it closer. The stock photo doesn't show the pattern all that well. There are lots of pictures where people have chosen different fabric and floss that show the design a little bit better. So anyways, let's figure out where this is center start, and this is what I have done. The floss, it's funny, I did not write the color of floss on my envelope, and I don't have the tag for it anywhere. I searched any of the places where it might have ended up at, but I thought this was really pretty floss in the store. See if you can see it really well. I mean, I thought that was really pretty, the turquoise with the brown. I'm not exactly sure I'm liking how it's turning out, but the thing is this is just a little bit, so I need to stitch some more to get a better idea of if I like it enough. I think regardless it's going to turn out really pretty, but I might have a different, I'm thinking I might like a floss that is less a two-color change back and forth, then maybe more monochromatic turquoisey color that goes light to dark. I don't know. So this is more or less on a hiatus until I do need to just at some point stitch some more to figure out what I need to do. So this is being stitched on, surprise, surprise, 32 count Lugana in taupe. And I mean those colors do work really well on this. And this pattern is more about the pattern than the fabric, because it's a very busy pattern. You don't need a busy fabric for it. Like I said, I can't find, what I'm going to have to do is, if I decide to keep going with this thread, I will take a hank of it or skein of it with me to one of the retreats where I know I'm going to be going to an LNS, and do a comparison to know. I think it's a gassed trade wind, but I can't be certain because computer photos are hard to really tell what that floss or that fabric is looking like. So there's that Cirque du Circles grime guard made by me, needle minder made by me. It's just a nice, it kind of had the same ambiance of Cirque du Circles, the pattern within the needle minder. So, and the project bag is just what was close at hand because it has no matching. Well, its coloration is kind of matching, but I might have to find a different one. It's a Creations by Mary Rose. I mean, it's really pretty, watercolory, flowery, focus fabric, tonal. It's beautiful. So there's that project. That was definitely a long term, because see, here's the picture I printed out. My printer had trouble translating the shadow because the picture had a kind of a shadow here, and it had a lot of trouble, but this is the closest that I could find to the coloration that I was going for. So it was kind of a failure on my printer anyway. my first non-kit start for the year. And I started this as its intention was to be the ornament exchange for camp, but life got too busy, so I didn't get to finishing it. So I ended up not doing any exchanges this year. It was sad, but it just had to be. Okay, so this is from the Just Cross Stitch Ornament issue 2013. It's called Ready for Christmas. Designer is Doreen Jones. I mean, it's not hard to tell because she has a signature style. He's just adorable. I couldn't decide if I wanted to finish it in this way or make it into a pillow or a flat fold. See, I just couldn't decide. So he is being stitched on 32 count Lugana and Vintage Stormy Night because it has that gray winter sky look to it. So the pattern itself was done on a beigey fabric, and because of the beigey fabric, you see that she added a little bit of background here in the blue to show. I omitted that, and I'm not quite done with this because I think I'm going to put a couple more snowflakes down in that area because it kind of left a gap. But he's nearly done. He's fully backstitched and everything. And he turned out so cute. So adorbs. So he is 99% completely stitched. Grime Guard made by me. Needle Minder, I believe, was a retreat purchase. I don't know who made it. It might be one of those more commercial makers, or it might be an indie one. I don't know, but it's a really pretty sparkly snowflake. The camera just cannot deal with the sparkly. In real life, it is sparkly. It's so cute. So I stitched all called for. DMCs is what the pattern called for. I started this in May. Again, it's called Ready for Christmas. Let's see if I have 2013 ornament issue. I don't have the page number on here. I'm sure if you're interested, you can find it. That was a fun stitch. See, I don't mind backstitch. Backstitch doesn't bother me, especially when it makes sense. It really brings a pattern to life. Okay, so the project bag is a ragtag quilt art on Etsy, and it's a pretty Christmas poinsettia. Hold on. It was pretty apt, or it was the closest to hand Christmassy one at the time. Alright, so you're going in that bucket. This is the next new start for this year. This guy's so cute. This is an Etsy pattern. And the Etsy store is Crafty Bow Cross is the name. And he's just named Fox on the listing. I've named him Crafty Bow Fox because who knows, I might stitch another fox. He is just so adorbs. So adorbs. And let's get the floss of the way. Okay, so here is my start. This is his little chest, and this is where his bottom of his chin is, and I'm going up to the ear. I'm stitching this on 32 count Lugana Malachite by Fiber on a Whim, and I'm pretty sure I bought this piece at StitchCon. He's just gonna be adorable. It's a pretty good start, and he's getting more stitches this month because he fits into prompts. Alright, grime guard made by me. Needle minder was a retreat purchase, and this is a Rebel Stitcher Designs needle minder. He's a flying pig, and camera can't pick it up. He is super sparkly. I couldn't pass him up. So there's my crafty bow fox. He's gonna be gorgeous. Alright, and oh, you're gonna love this. My project bag was spot on. Foxes. This was from the Joyful Stitching store on Etsy. Has kind of a snowflakey, so I love it. Focus fabric on the outside, a coordinating non-focusy fabric on the inside. It makes me happy when I find matchy stuff. So, but I think he's going to be absolutely gorgeous on this green fabric. Once I get his oranges in there, and I needed a fabric where the white had a chance to show up. So I think that's going to turn out beautiful. So happy with that one. And this is my last non-kit start, new start for, give me a second, I felt a crick in my neck again. And we'll do a quick hydration break. Okay. This one makes me happy. I've had this pattern for a long time. Not a long time, but quite a few years. I started this project. It's called Queen Bee by the Bee Cottage. There's its stock photo. And fun fact is the Bee Cottage, the designer for it is the same one that designs for the Sweetheart Tree patterns. So let me move my floss out of the way, and this is where I'm at. Let's get him a little closer. That little bee is so cute. He turned out just so adorable. So he's done, fully backstitched. The crown is fully stitched and backstitched. Now I'm just starting on the border, which the border includes Mill Hill Petite beads, and the pattern. Let's see if I can show this without showing the pattern. Has, oh, that's not, anyways, they're pearls with sequins. And they're gonna go in the corner right here. Sometimes these pictures just don't show the detail, but it's gonna be fun when I do. There's good progress on him. When I finish him, I'm gonna have to find another pattern that starts with the letter Q, because it was so nice during AB Single to have a Q project and not have to hunt for things in the patterns start with Q. So anyways, this is being stitched with the called for DMC plus the beads and the sequins and the pearls that will go on it. It was started because there was a prompt in Magical Stitches that I had to have the word queen and the design name. Perfect. I love it when I have a prompt that well, sometimes I love it. It's fun when I have a prompt that I don't have a WIP that is going to fit it, but I have a project in my stash that I have been wanting to start, and I have the time to do the project prep for it to get it started. So this is being stitched on 32 count Joblin in the color lamb's wool. I had this in stash, so I just needed a small piece, so I went hunting and I found one that I thought the fabric would work well with the colors, and I think it's going to turn out beautiful. So the grime guard is one made by me, and the needle minder is one I've had for a while. It's by an Etsy seller called Caffeinated Cat Crafts. It's a little kitty showing his butt. How fun is that? Kind of makes me giggle when I see him. But he's tiny. He's tiny. So when I have a small project, and I use these little, is it 6x6 or is it 4x4? Let's do a quick. It's a 4x4. 4x4 frame. It's nice to have a small needle minder to go in it. And and this is beautiful. So the project bag is just crossing stitches on Etsy, and it has this beautiful vintagey overall flower pattern, and I think it's Blackbird Designs fabric. I'm not gaga over the fact that it's Blackbird Designs fabric, but what's on the inside, as long as it coordinates, doesn't matter to me because everything's going to be in there blocking it. I have to like the outer fabric, and I think that's a gorgeous print. Alright, so and I think he's going to be a cute little finish. Don't know if it's going to be a pillow or a flat finish or on a box. Not sure, but we'll get there when we get there. Okay, so now we're starting on my existing WIPs that I pulled in from previous years, and so I won't be showing project bags and needle minders and grime guards. If you see one that you like, just ask and I will let you know what it is. Okay. Let's get this started. So, where's your card? There it is. This is a WIP that's been around, let's put your project back down there, since 2019. It's one of my 4 oldest. Okay, floss. And it is, let's show you the stock photo first. Ooh, this is going to be new. I gotta remember. Now I'm going to show you the previous photo before I show you the project. So here's what it is. It's called Antique Celtic Samplers. It's by Elizabeth's Needlework Designs. And I just love the Celtic design. And the dragon, because my husband loves dragons, so I figured this was going to be a good one for him. Some people call this pattern Here Be Monsters. Now if you'll notice, up in here, there's birds. They're not very monstery, so I changed that. Alright, let's get the... So, it might take me a bit to find the picture, because of sorting. Alright, so here is what it looked like before. Ugh. Give me a sec. Because that light is now a little bit brighter, I may have to dim this down just a little bit more. To get it to show up on camera better. I think that, but you get the gist. Kind of had everything except for what I frogged out of here, because I decided I didn't like the birds, to this bottom border. And here's where I'm at. Boom. Alright, so finished this median border and did the outline. I may have to change. We'll see. I have ideas and I don't know if they're gonna come to fruition. Okay, so what I did is I replaced the birds with the monster from a sci-fi movie called Outlander. If you've seen it, you know what I mean. It's Morrowind is its name. So I put in a Morrowind, and he turned out so good. I found a pattern and I had to tweak it a bit. I looked at a picture of the artwork of Morrowind and gave him the red bits on his tail and his chin. He has little dangly bits on his chin that start to glow when he's going to attack. I'm so happy with that, because he looks like he goes with the whole scheme, and it's just, I'm just jazzed about how. So now I need to put in the word B again and figure out how that little squirrely bit, curly bit is going to fit or not, or if I find a different motif to put in there. I'm kind of tossing around the idea because I'm not sure I want to put the date down here. I'm looking for a pattern that might fit that space. It's kind of small. I don't know if I can. If nothing else, I might actually pull this out. That's gonna be an undertaking, and I was tossing around the idea of either finding or designing a picture of, give me a second, brain, my filing cabinet, H.P. Lovecraft, Cthulhu. If I can find one that can fit in here, I'll just put him here, but if not, I will join these two blocks to do, because he is really he's a long thing, but who knows? We'll see what I can find. So, and if I can't, I'll just maybe find something else to put in here, or just do the date. But the date seems to me just, especially because if I finish this in any of the 20s or 30s, okay, so this was, date in here was 2013. That one is a skinny number. Fitting any of the current dates in there is going to be a challenge. So, but I ruminate on it and I will figure it out when I get to it. But we got good progress going. And this is a cool damn dragon. I love it. I like this. That's a very standard Celtic bird. I'm not sure what these are. I've always said in prompts, I've always said they're snakes. But I honestly don't know what they're supposed to be. So they might actually get pulled out and replaced with a Cthulhu. We'll see. We shall see. So this is being stitched on 32 count Lugana in cream by Zweigart. It's all of the called for over dyes. Pattern has, I stuck with all of the called fors. And it was fun. I was able to use called fors for my modification. So that worked. And, I mean, and the coloration worked. Cthulhu's are a green gray, a dark gray, and they're bits that glow a reddish. So it worked. Some of these patterns just make me, all of them make me happy, but some of them just make me more happy for specific reasons. If you're interested in my modification, I can try to chart it up. Let me see if I can, because I pulled it from a picture on a Google search, and then I tweaked it when I went to stitch it, because I was like, okay, and I looked at the picture of Marwin, and I tweaked it so that it just flowed better. So if you're interested, let me know. I'll see what I can do. Let's get everything back in the project bag. Zipped up. Scoochie, scoochie. And on to the next. If I didn't mention, you didn't notice, this is, from this point out, is alphabetical. Let's get everything out. Get your card in your picture. Okay. Let's get your picture. This is not the best picture, but it's a pattern off of Etsy by the designer called Stitches Through the Years. It's a series, if you remember, I did the winter one of this series. So this is the autumn one. It's called Autumn is Coming. And here it is. My before picture. Is it's gotta be here. Oh, there it is. All right. Here's what it looked like before, at the beginning of the year. And let's get my thread in a better position. And here's where I am now. So this is being stitched on 32 count taupe Lugana. I'm using most of the called for. There's a couple changes. Let's see where my notes are for that. I have notes. So for what I'm doing, instead of, I'm trying to think, the one change is instead of brown sugar, I used gassed old red paint for the acorns and color and cotton old brick for the wreath, squirrels, and the leaf. There's a red leaf there. So for the wreath, the squirrel, and that leaf is old brick, color and cotton. But the acorns, I figured they needed to be darker, so I'm using Old Red Paint by Gast. But the rest of the colors are called for. I was kind of concerned about one of the colors, but I don't think I ended up changing it out. I think when I finish it, I'll let you know what it is. I said I wasn't gonna show you, but this one's just too fun. Ruh-roh, Raggy. I am a child of the 80s, so that stuff makes me happy. Where is your... Oh, I think I... Give me a second to reset this. I had envelopes out of the bag. That's my notes. Picture. Let's move your thread back into the Q-snap, because I've zipped my thread up in my project bag zipper too many times when I've had my thread looped around the grime guard. So I'm trying to be more cognizant that I put it back within the Q-snap well. If you didn't notice, I stitch all of my projects. It's called stitching in the well. And I'll talk about that once I bring this one into view of the mechanics of it, so that it will, if it's helpful to somebody, you'll get, that'll be good. I like to give helpful tips. This is Azure Mermaid by Nora Corbett. Let's see where your picture is. There we go. Here's what she looked like at the beginning. I had finished her tail and I had gotten some progress on her hair. So that's what it looked like, and this is one instance where not all of it can be seen in the Q-snap, but the picture shows the part that you can't see. And I figured that worked, because she is like this. So as you can see, I've finished her hair, and I have started on the stitches 1/1 for her skin. Tiny, tiny little stitches, because this is on 32 count Lugana and Picture This Plus Helix. So, because it looked watery, I think that was apt. But yeah, tiny little 1/1 stitches. And then once her skin is done, which is going to take me a hot minute, then it's on to the beads and treasures and all the stuff. So I'm using all the called for DMC for her. She's going to be so pretty. She was started in 2020 for Stitch Mania. So that's where she's at. Okay, so like I said, I was going to talk about stitching in the well. I load my project so that the fabric is flush against the back. I call it stitching in the well. The reason for this is for the Q-snap. It means that when I finish a thread and I'm trying to run it under stitches, if I'm close to the edge, I can still do it. If you have your project loaded the other way, you're trying to run the needle, it doesn't work. So that works really well with it flush against the back. The other thing is, when I put it in the project bag, vinyl doesn't touch the stitches, and it gives me some place to put the floss bags so that everything fits nicely into the project bag. And then also, if this gets dropped on the ground, my front side of my fabric is never going to touch anything. It doesn't get dirty because I accidentally dropped it on the ground. I mean, with my grime guard, even the back, because the grime guard has some dimension to it, because it's really gathered right here, the back has a chance of not touching anything. But even if the back touches, it's not so big of a deal. But it keeps that front really pristine. That's why I stitch in the welt. In your project bag you go. Alright. Scotcha. Let's grab the next one. This one is called Berry Patch, and it's by Hello from Liz Matthews. Here's what a stock photo looks like. Picture is not the great because I think that the fabric that it was stitched on was too light for some of the colors. So let's find your photo. There you are. Alright, so there's my progress as of the beginning of this year. There you go. Had the bunny done, starting to work on the vines. And let's get your thread out of the way. And here it is. Good progress. Gotten a lot of the strawberries done. So, and you see how the white pops on this? So this is being stitched on 32 count antique blue Lugana. I think this is by Zweigart. With all the called for DMC. So cute. It's gonna be gorgeous. Those white flowers on the border are just gonna show up so well on this. Beautiful. So this was started in 2022. It was one of my New Jersey retreat. They were doing a 6 and 6. So starting 6 new starts in 6 hours. I participated in, and that was one of the projects that was my 6 and 6 start. And I think, I don't know if I showed this before, I think this is a perfect project bag. Strawberries. But it's a small one. In this case, I'm kind of sacrificing beauty over function because it's a little bit of a struggle to get the full-size pages into it. But here's my berry patch. And the next one. This one is... Oh. Give me a second. My card for autumn is coming. Didn't make it back into the bag. Okay. So, let's get all the stuff out. Find your picture and your card. Alright, so this is my Coastal Holiday Lighthouse stocking from Stony Creek magazine. Did I write the issue down? Summer 2018 is the issue if you're looking for this. I saw this in someone had it mostly done in a Flosstube, and I fell in love with it. So I hunted down this issue of... Alright, so this is one that's a little bit tricky. Alright, so my progress photo last year, I took it out of the Q-snap so you can see all of the stitches I had done. The blue ribbon that's in his beak is not easy to... There you go, you can kind of see it. In real life it shows up a lot better, and of course once it's back stitched you'll see it. But so I have the lighthouse done up to a certain level, and I added some of the background so you can see I have everything stitched up to the edge there. I stitched one tree, but there are 2 trees behind it that I need to work on. But I felt the need to move down into that cardinal. When I had to move the Q-snap, I figured, well, why not move it down to start on the cardinal. So keep in mind, you're not going to see all of that but all my progress is in the Q-snap. So we're not taking it out of the Q-snap. So cardinal is over here. Here's the ribbon, and I started on that basket. That's down in the toe. So this one I had a miscount in here, so I had to frog a bit, but I am making pretty decent progress on it. Now it kind of slipped down in my... There are certain projects that I feel, well, I'm primarily a process stitcher, which means I enjoy the process of stitching way more than I feel a need to have a finished project. So process over project, let's put it that way. There are some that I'm more motivated to work towards a finish, and this one had the top spot for a while. It got bumped by the 4 seasons, and you'll see that in a bit. But he has prompts he fits into, and so he'll get done. So this is being stitched on 32 count Vintage Stormy Night Lugana, which is not surprising. So it's all called for threads. They're all DMC except for there's one fancy floss. Trying to think of which floss that is. It's a Threadworks called Spanish Olives, which I'm not sure if I have acquired yet or not. But that's basically in the top. You see this scroll work in the top? That's where that comes in. Wait a second, I'm having a hot flash. Okay. And then when I finish it, there's a bead pack that I have to order from Stony Creek for some of the berries and other details. So a bead pack that has to get ordered, but it'll get there. So this was originally started in 2023, and it was a Magical Stitches prompt for something with a flame in it, because there's candles on the tree. So that's the flame. And it was also that year across Stitch New Jersey retreat, they did a 3 and 3. So this was one of my 3 new starts during that retreat. That one's just, it's fun. But it's Stony Creek, so there is a ton of back stitches in it, which I don't mind when it's needed. Okay, everything's back in the bag. Get you back in bin. Okay, so next to bin is over here, so I'm gonna go from here to here. Next one. Okay, let me just quickly say that there's one WIP that I'm not showing because it is a gift for a friend that will probably has a very good chance of watching my videos. So we just don't show it. Okay. This is a big one. Let me get everything out of your gram guard. Gram guard slipped off. Probably when I was shoving it in the bag. I love this bag, but it is just barely big enough because there is so much fabric in this project. It's bulky on the edges, so it's difficult. Alright, so I gotta get your stock photo out of the portfolio, and I need your card. Wait, the card is in the portfolio too, but where? There it is. So what I did on the back of the card, is that right side up? I indicated the page order on the pattern because the begging. So this is called Compass Rose by Draco Layer Creations. It's out of print. They're not in business anymore. But it's beautiful. It's got the little sea dragons on it, and I just love the nautical. And I saw a stitched version of this and I fell in love. But it took me a while to start it because it really intimidated me. So Compass Rose. This one is one that is going to take a few pictures to illustrate. Okay, so the first picture is going to be my previous, at the beginning of 2024, I almost had the border cross-stitching done. So that's the picture that I took then. So now, here's my picture from during 2024 when I fully finished the border, stitching and back stitching. The whole thing is back stitched. So this thing is a monster. It's a blanket. When I take it out of the Q-snap and hold it up, I can't get it all in the picture. But border done. So happy. Border's done. Okay, so the next picture I have is I started at the top center and stitched the compass point and started on the knot work that's the dragon bodies. So I made it to there. See if I can get up close. A lot of shading, a lot of color changes, and that knot and the back stitching in where it all kind of knots together was a little challenging, but there it is. And after the Q-snap move, here's where I'm at. So bringing those dragon bodies down into, And I'm so glad I took the time to grid this monster, because that grid is really helping me keep my stitches in the right spot. Especially when I have to count over, like if I'm bringing a color through, because like in this part where this body comes down, there's a gap, and then this color, like over here, will start again, so I might carry the thread to start to go, or who knows. It's whatever my mood is during. Alright, so let's grab your card so I can give you details. I mean, granted, this is not the greatest picture to see, so let's do this. This is being stitched on 32 count Joblin. It is a color and cotton fabric called Sandstone. And I figured it had this beautiful mottled old parchment mappy kind of look to it. All the called for threads, which is a mix of DMC, fancy floss, and Krennic, which I might change over to Petite Treasure braid when I get to it. Yes. And it was started back in 2019, so it's my second oldest. It's one of my, no, might be my third oldest, but it's one of my 4 oldest patterns. Started in 2019, and it was started for Magical Stitches. The Tri Wizard HW, what was that? Tri Wizard, I don't know what HW stood for. Anyways, it was the competition for the Tri Wizard Cup. Anyways, so yep, okay, anyways. There we go. And when it's that far back and your notes are slightly cryptic, thank you, Patricia, for being cryptic in your notes. But I love this. It takes attention to detail to work on it, and like you can see, there is a crap ton of fabric in. I might have to make another grime guard to a little bit deeper, so it'll come in a little bit more, so that when there's a fabric, it'll cover my rolled fabric a little bit better. But this one's one of my favorites, but it takes concentration to stitch on it. It's definitely, and because of its size, it's definitely not a retreat stitch. Let's throw your card back in. I have a portfolio that I can put in to my project bag, so this monstrous Q-snap doesn't keep catching all the fabric. And to be truthful, the floss that's in here is simply the floss colors that I'm currently working with, because all of the floss colors are kept in a photo box, because there is so many colors in this pattern. And because I can spend so much time on one section, I just pull the colors that I am currently working with. Alright, so you're gonna go there and grab the next one. Let's do see what time it is. It's 11:19 p.m. It's okay, I'm a night owl, so I'm usually up during this time anyway. But, so this is my Cross Stitch Nation. I'm just saying, I belong to the Cross Stitch Nation. So there's the pattern. I changed floss on this. So what I did is I just picked from stash, changed the colors to stuff that's a little less primitive. Oh, what? Uno momento. I have to remember, I have previous photos. So here's what it looked like previously. Just the words, but I had part of the, most of the, and got up to the second T and stitch. So what I did is, when I re-Q snapped it, I moved it over so I could stitch all the words up to this side, and then I started on the border, and I'm auditioning my threads that I picked. I'm pretty happy with the pink. I wasn't sure about the green, so excuse me. I can't remember if I stitched some of the green or if I looked at the floss and made a judgment call of, like, I'm not sure that green's gonna work. But when I decide on all the colors, I will let you know what they were and what they are. But there's my progress. I started on that upper border. This is being stitched on 32 count Silvery Moon Lugana, and I think my bright colors are being displayed beautifully on that fabric. And it got started in 2023 for a Magical Stitches prompt, a project with more than 3 people. So that worked. I'd been wanting to start this, so it was nice to have a reason to start. Next project, the big one. Again, this project bag just doesn't speak to me for this project, but it is on an 11 by 11, so I am probably just gonna have to find something that works better. Anyways, this is a DMC kit just named Rose. I called it, in my tracker I call it DMC Rose. Let's see if I can, if you're interested, there's the code for the kit. I saw this being stitched by a Flosstube with the channel name Stitching in South Africa. Stitching in SA, I think it was. She was working on this and I just thought it was gorgeous. So I hunted down the kit and got started. Alright, so beginning of 2024, this is where my progress was. It's an upper left hand start. And it's not much progress, but there is some progress. Here it is. That's beautiful. Being that it's literally just a picture of a flower, a lot of prompts don't fit it, but when I can, I find something that works for it. And I pretty much just went with pink to pink to pink to pink to pink. So this is being stitched. Here's my card. On 18 count white Aida in easy count by Wishelt. You can see the pre-gridded lines it's a little difficult. My brain sometimes has trouble with, because when I grid something, the grid line is in the gap between the stitches. These are an actual stitch block on the fabric. So let me show you what I did. Oh wait, never mind. I didn't do it on printout. I did it on the fabric. So I made a square to remind myself, like, get my glasses on so I can see. On the top and left side, the grid line is the first stitch inside the block. But that means that on the right side and the bottom, that line is actually just outside of that 10 block square. So that's how I keep track of my placement within the 10 block. Excuse me, my glasses sometimes pull my hair and I start looking like a bit like a mad scientist from that. Okay, so there it is. This was started in 2020 for Stitch Mania. So it gets love at least once a year for my Stitch Mania revisit. And it's all kit floss, which is kind of a little rough because they're short lengths. But it's gonna be. I'm looking forward to the time when I have a bigger space for my crafting area. Right now this is a very crowded room because it's a lot of stuff, but my dream way planned. Right now we live in New Mexico. When we fully retire and my mother-in-law has passed away, because that's the thing, she has to be gone for this to go into motion, because I am not making a multi-state move with her in tow. I would end up in a padded cell, let's put it that way, or in jail because I had to kill her. Okay, so my plan is to have what do we call the craft barn. My husband will have the bottom floor because he has more industrial kind of crafts. Mine will be the top floor, and I'll have windows for good lighting, and I'll have a space for my cross stitch and a place to cross stitch, and I'll have a space for my knitting stuff and my quilting stuff, and I'll have a table built to do my big puzzles on, you know. So at some point I will have more wall space to hang things, either in the craft area or within the living spaces of the house, because right now we live in an open floor concept type house, so we just don't have the wall space to hang stuff. So I'm looking forward to having wall space to hang some of these beautiful projects that I'm working on, that I'll eventually get to. This is years of stitching, but I stitch a fair amount, so they will get, some of them will get finished by the time I'm gone. Okay, so the next one. The next one is a little bit difficult. It's the only one that I took out of the key snap to do. So this is DMC Willow. It is a beautiful picture of pussy willows. I grew up in Wisconsin, and this was a common sight from my childhood. and it's just it's a beautiful picture. I saw a photo of someone who finished it. So this was back when in the magazine, there was an ad saying if you send a self-addressed stamped envelope in, I think it was $1 for postage to an DMC address, and they would send you the pamphlet. I don't know if this is, it used to be available on their website as a download, but I don't know if it's still there or not. So let's start with the previous picture. So this is what it looked like at the beginning of, let's get closer, 2024. I had all the cross stitches and the pussy willows done, and I had gotten started on the background shading stitches in the corner there. So, yeah, excuse me while I grab this monstrosity. Behind my screen. I have to stand up for this puppy. I don't have a whole lot of space to stand in. Too many bins. Alright, so this is where I'm at. Can you see that? That's gorgeous. So let's see if I can get it a little bit more up close. So as you can see, I've brought the background branches down from the top into the center. I've got some of the shading stitches in the center to a certain point, and that's where I'm at now. I'm bringing a branch in from that corner, that side right there. But this is still a lot of the background stitches are 10 stitches, half stitches. But they take a lot of, especially when I get into the shading, because that's confetti. It takes a lot of concentration. All right, let's do this and try not to fall over. We'll just hang him back here and sit back down without knocking everything over. Sorry, you're on a card table, that's why you moved when I had to put my weight on it. Alright, so I'll lean a little bit. There we go, so we can do details. This is being stitched on 14 count Ada. It's a DMC fabric that I don't think is available anymore, in the color 738. And it's very interesting because it has a gradation in the color. I looked for a 32 count that I could substitute for this, and I just couldn't find one that had the same look to it. So I ended up deciding that I just needed to start it on the 14 count. Because it's on 14 count, my cross stitches are 3 strands, and my half stitches I'm doing with 2 strands, because I needed to be a little bit more subdued, backgroundy. So I'm doing 2. I did up here, you can tell I did test stitching of 3 strands, full cross, 3 strands, 10 stitch, 2 strands, 10 stitch. I think I did 1 strand. Anyways, and I tried different direction to see, if I liked it. But I ended up going with what your standard direction of your 10 stitches, basically your first leg. And and I got something in my eye. So that's where it's at. This was started in, well, my best guess, sometime in 2017. And I believe I started it, it was my only start, for my very first and my only that year mania, Stitch Mania start, is what I annotated. So, now, I don't know if I have I think I put it, where did I put that? So when I took it out of its, I think I threw it over there, I don't know. Okay, so I had a 8-inch Q-snap sides, and I had like it's either 11 or 14 or 17, I'm not sure. So it was long and skinny, and it was working because I was working on branches this way, and then I would do it canter to do these branches, and then I would put it this way to do these branches. So it worked. I don't know, could you see that? The direction of the branches is how that Q-snap went. Now that I'm more working on an area, I mean, over here I'll still be pulling branches in, but I ordered another 11 by 11 I'm thinking of using on this, or I also ordered an 11 by 17. We'll give that a try. But we're gonna try changing the Q-snap setup in this project to make it a little bit easier to work through. Since it's too big for a project bag, it just lives under the table in front of my spot on the sofa where I keep my computer. Sorry, keep my computer on a table in front of me, and it just lives under there, and its project information lives in this little project bag that stays with all the other project bags to make it easier. Okay, next one. This is, get your, where's your card? There's your card. Oh, it's stuck. Okay, so this is Elizabeth by Glendon Place. It's part of the Baroque Beauties collection. This thing has so much petite treasure braid, or I converted Krennic to petite treasure braid, and so much beads. I'm still in the cross stitching part of it. So let's go find your previous photo. And so here's my progress at the beginning. All those gaps you see are for beads and petite treasure braid. So I'm just doing all the cross stitches first. So this is before I moved the Q-snap. And so here is our directionality. Here's my progress. Wow, that's so blown out. There we go, better. So you see that upper leaf, and I moved up to where I could start on, because I had a prompt, I had to stitch in yellow. So that's what I did. Moved up to start stitching part of the flower. So this is being stitched on what that is really not much of a picture to see. So let's do this again. 32 count Lugana in picture this plus petals. That was listed on 123 Stitch as a 32 count. Well, stitches seemed a little big, so I counted, and it's more of a 30 count. So that means it was a 28 count, and because this plus gets tighter and because of the dyeing process, so they mismarked a 28 count. So I've toyed with the idea of changing, but I think it'll be fine on this fabric. Coverage is still pretty good, and if you think about it too, a lot of heavily beaded projects say that you should do it on 28 count to fit the beads better, so this might be a happy medium between 32 and 28, so the beads still fit nicely, because there's a lot of beads and some really big treasures, Mill Hill treasures on there. Okay, so picture this plus petals. It's a very, a very, very subtle pink to really light blue shift that the camera has no chance. It's hard enough to see in real life. Camera, just, So this was started in 2020 for Stitch Mania. So it gets revisited at least once a year during my mania. And the years I do mania. There has been one year that I was just too strung out from work to even consider doing much of anything. But she gets progress whenever I can. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Let's keep chugging along. This one, this is a good one, although a little bit challenging to show, but we'll get there. Where is your card? Alright, give me a moment. I gotta pull all the parts out. Page through to find the picture and the card. There it is. Alright, so this is Florographica by Jan Hicks Creates. Now she stitched it on a much different fabric, and it's a very hard fabric for a photo to capture, so this stock photo and my printer had trouble, but basically this is what it looks like. So just a nice collage of flowers in quatrefoil frames and stuff like that, and it was just really pretty. Okay, so this one, let's find your project. Yeah, let's do that way. Okay, here's my progress. Ugh. Even, there is a little bit better. This is a difficult one to show. Okay, so as you can see, I have this flower mostly done. This flower done pretty much to the bottom of its quatrefoil, and I brought the border around and over. This is being stitched on 32 count Lugana in the color Dirty Chalkboard by Bestitch Me. So let me move my thread. Okay, thread's just gonna have to hang because otherwise it would obstruct stitches. Okay, so this is that corner where I brought and I have started on the border of the quatrefoil. I filled in this guy and I'm doing these stitches. So once I get this brought down, then I'm going to start in the flower in the center. So progress. I'm actually using the called for colors, so far they are showing up on my fabric pretty well. And I think this is going to be beautiful, beautiful project when it's done. And it's fun. It's fun stitching. This is one I can even take to retreats to do. This was started in June of 2021, and it was a StitchCon New Start. Yes, because Jan Hicks was supposed to be there, and her friend Maria Kutzner was there, and we had a plan, me and her, to start on Florographica at the retreat. So we did. We did a StitchCon New Start together. My stool has no padding and my butt's getting a little unhappy with me, but we're just gonna press on. Buckle up, Buttercup. Get this done. Okay, so the next one is ink circles. Growth rings. Growth rings by Ink Circles. Here's the stock photo. When I started this project, the floss that she used was not available. It's a Vicki Clayton thread, and that was during the time where Vicki Clayton had stopped producing thread before she started doing it again. So I picked my own threads, and I think it's turning out really pretty. Okay, so here is my progress at the beginning of the year. I think it's gonna be gorgeous. I love it. I was a little concerned about the pink. This is my third pink that I had. I had frogged one, bought another, stitched it, didn't quite like it, so I frogged it, bought a third, and I think this one is working. Is that the one in the photo? The one in the photo might even be different. Yes, it is. No, because I hadn't stitched that much of the pink. I only had to frog most of that upper lobe. So yeah, this is the current pink that I'm using. So my two colors, to let you know, that I'm using is they're both dinky dyes. The blue is called Sapphire, and is this the color? Okay, so the pink that yes, because I originally had Brush Fire as my second, and I picked Pink Tourmaline as my third, and that is working for me. So Dinky Dye Sapphire and Pink Tourmaline. And here is my progress. So I moved the Q-snap down. Let's see. So I moved it to start working in this region right here. So once I get the pink in, you'll be able to see it a little bit better. But so that blue is just a beautiful gradation. I love it. So I think it's going to be gorgeous. This is being stitched on 32 count Lugana in Pearl Gray by Zweigart. And I think it is allowing the colors to just sing on it. Gorgeous. This was started May of 2020 for Stitch Mania. So it gets love at least once a year, but usually more than once, as the prompts allow. So it'll get there eventually. Okay, nearly 2 more projects in this bin. Let's take a quick hydration break. Okay, this is a long-term project that's not very specific. This is one I call herding cats. So this is the original pattern that I pulled from. This is actually a element from, okay, so the cat itself is an element from this pattern. That's a freebie from a website called Tokens and Trifles, and it was called Hollow Cats, like Halloween cats. It was meant to be stitched on perforated paper, but the little cat shape was perfect because it was started for Floss Bingo. I have no idea what year this was. This is my notes. Before Magical Stitches, there was a Cross Stitches Fun, I think is the name of it, and they had prompt type stitches, and there was one challenge that was called Floss Bingo. Anyways, so this guy is just that same shape in different colors, all stitched in a row. It's just a random fun thing that, like, when I have to stitch on a project that you gotta watch a movie while you stitch, this might be good. If I need to stitch a specific color that I can't find in any of my projects, I might pull this out to do it. And when I do pull this out, if I don't have a specific color that I need to stitch, what I do is I grab a project nearby and I just pull a color, a random color from it. I might, like, if I have this guy already stitched and I pull another really dark gray or black, I'll pull something else. But it just has to be a random color that works. And they all need their little eyes stitched. Can you see? But at one point I will like do a whole row of eyes. Now, as you can see, this is a big piece of fabric and it keeps going. So it's a white Lugana, big piece. And I call this herding cats, as in like herding cattle, because of something. When I was in some of my military training, it was NCO Academy, the commandant had showed a video that it's an old an IT company did this commercial, and it was literally cowboys on their horses in the wide open west herding cats. It was the funniest thing, and it has always stuck with me. So that's why I called this herding cats, just for funsies. I mean, for all I know, this may never get done, but it is just a fun little stitch for when I need something simple for a specific reason. Stitch. Okay. And that was one, I didn't show you a picture because that was one that didn't get any stitches in 2024. So you got to see the same thing that I would have just showed. I would have showed you. Okay, this guy. This is a big one. It's fun. Okay. Let me flip a page on my notes so I can keep track. Okay. So this is Kingdom of Books by a Russian designer. I think it's Andriana is the name. I got this off of mybobbin.com, and it was a kit that I ordered. So it's all kit threads, but I changed the fabric because, as you can see on here, this is books that are also townhouses, and the backer on it is supposed to be like plywood, like it's a bookshelf. I didn't want to do that, so I'm stitching it on a different, so where is your picture? Okay, here it is. Here's my progress as of the end of 2023, beginning of 2024. Here's my progress. So that's the center part, and I'm just moving over book by book. So there's my, and so as you can see, I snapped so that I could finish the top, and then I started on this book and I brought it down. See how far I got. Yeah, that book is completely done, I think. Yeah. Well, because he was, damn it. So his bottom part was already done. I was just still filling in these little bits in the center. So, yes, I had this done, so I moved up to do this, and then I started on this book right here, and I'm bringing it down. So there's where I'm at. Alright, some of these are just difficult to show, and I have to remember the sequence in which I did things. But I'm stitching this on 32 count Joblin in Summer Sky. The camera is going to have a hard time because it's this really subtle light blue with whiter splotchy, it looks like clouds, and I thought that would be just a better look to it. When I get done with all the books, I might decide it doesn't quite look. I might then end up actually stitching that backer board, but I had to go with what I thought might work in the way that I wanted. So this is being stitched with all the kit threads, and there's a lot of color changes. So all that shading, which makes this a gorgeous project. Now I haven't decided, because the book titles are back stitched in there, but they're in Russian. So do I rechart them in English words, or do I just leave them off? I don't know. I think I will decide once I've finished the whole thing. I mean, I'm gonna backstitch any details that aren't text, and then we'll make a decision if I feel the need to go back and chart some book titles in English. Whether I translate what's already there, or I make up my own. But it's a gorgeous, gorgeous project. It's so well designed with the shading to give such dimension to it. What I didn't like about the backer board is that it didn't have much dimension to it. But this one makes me happy. So much fun. And I need to do this with olive. I need to make see, I have a spreadsheet. I need to add another column. So this one has 59 colors. I think at one point I had a prompt where I had to stitch on the project that had the most colors. So I narrowed it down to a few that I thought would have the most colors, and I counted those colors, so I wrote that down. The prompt this month is stitch on a project with more than 10 colors. So that makes me think that after I get this video done at some point, I need to just go through my projects and count how many colors in each, so I can add that into my spreadsheet for easy reference. That's will be fairly easy thing to do. I just need to get to a point in everything going on right now where I have the brain space to do it. Let's get everything back in. This one's a little challenging because the pattern is printed color on a glossy paper. Photocopying it for a working copy is challenging. And because I like to work black and white patterns much more than color, I copy it in black and white, but I also copy it in color because some of the symbols are really close. You need the color to tell the symbol sometimes. So I have to print both. I work off the black and white because my highlighters work better on black and white than they do on color. But yeah, so it's a little challenging. And I make the copy of the section I'm going to be working on next. So that makes it a little challenging. Alright, I gotta scoochy the bottom of these. Ouch. Nail. Okay, so quickly apologize. Even though I probably don't have to apologize, I'm not getting close enough usually. My nail job is weeks old. I don't have the time to sit down to do my nails. So you're seeing janky nail work, and I just kind of bent one a little bit there. Shocked the nail bed just a little. Okay, so now that bin's empty. Now moving to the next bin, because I'm going to make sure yep, okay, so yes, this is the next alphabetical. This is, let's get the picture, Knee High by Hands On Design. A lot of people have stitched this. This just speaks to me because I grew up in Wisconsin. A lot of cornfields in Wisconsin. Okay, so let's get your picture. This is my progress at the beginning of the year. Alright, and here's where let's get the floss out of as much out of the way as I can. Here is my progress. So just getting that barn done. Getting close, because just a few more colors. So barn, and then I think I'll move up and do the sun. I'm trying to decide, do I want to move up and do the sun and then bring the corn stalks down? I don't know. We'll see what happens. But there it is. This is being stitched on 32 count Lugana in the color Winter Brook by Under the Sea Fabrics. And I think that's a nice summer sky without being a mottled summer sky, because this is it's a blocky pattern, so I thought that a lot of modeling might not quite look right, so I went with this. And all the colors, the floss toss went well, so I think it's going to be a good choice. Where did I put my... So I'm using most of the fancy floss, called for fancy floss, but I made 4 color swaps. So the colors they chose and what I changed them to. So they had Gassed Weathered Barn, and I changed it to Classic Colorworks Bandana. They had Gassed Gold Leaf, and I changed it to Gassed Butternut Squash. They had Gassed Forest Glade, and I changed it to Classic Colorworks Balsam Fir. And they had Gassed Avocado, and I changed it to Gassed Otter Creek. I pulled the colors, something about them didn't speak to me, so I did a few changes while I was at the store. And that's what I went with. And I think they're turning out beautiful. Yep. Love it. This is a good retreat pattern because it's got good block coloring, good block stitching. Okay, so it was started January 2023 for a Magical Stitches prompt pattern that features a quilt, because it was the quilting book series that year, and I'm glad I did it because there was a few more prompts that year with something with a quilt in it. So I am so happy that I went ahead and kitted that, or prepped that, and started it then. So, okay, your bin is right there. We're going to put you in the front. Grab from the front. Load in the front. Okay, so this is a Stitch Mania start, because I know because it's my... Okay, this printout is horrible because my printer couldn't handle all that black. So this is all the black fabric. This is my May the 4th be with you Star Wars genre stitch. So May 4th during Stitch Mania, Mando. This is the way, because that's their motto. And so one thing I'm doing, I think it's going to work out well. In the pattern, the transition between the gradients was a solid and then a checkerboard between this one and the next solid checkerboard. And I thought that was just a little too blocky. If you get up close, you can see it. So what I did is, in the transition parts, I'm doing a blend instead. And it's a more subtle, we'll see if it works. Once I stitch, because this is the top of his I look goofy with those glasses with all the light. Can't see my eyes. This is the top of his weapon. And so at this point I'm kind of bringing it down outside the silhouette of the guy, of Mando, the Mandalorian. And as I transition from this combined space to another solid space, I can tell at that point if my decision was a good one of doing a blend instead of a checkerboard. I mean, the camera can kind of pick it up. Yeah, I just have to get more stitches in to make that decision. And I forgot. So here's my progress at the beginning of the year. Not quite to the transition point. And here's where I got. He got like one more prompt so far. Excuse me. My nose is running again. I hate it. Because of this area where I live, I have a level 2 sensitivity to mesquite, and I live in a region that is rife with mesquite bushes, so I am always drippy. Okay, so this is being, where's my card? Here it is. This is being stitched on 18 count Black Ada. And all the stitching is just the color, that all the black in the silhouette is unstitched area. It's gonna be fun. So it makes me happy each year when I get to do a May the 4th stitching. So I am stitching it with the called for DMC, just changing the method in the blended area of stitching. So if I didn't say, this was started during Stitch Mania in 2023 on May the 4th. Oh, gotta remember, I keep going this way now. Oh, this guy. Okay. There we go. Got a nice adjustment there. Okay. This is my Mick Christmas. He's so adorable. This printout's not that great, but there's Mick Christmas. It's by, let's see if I can find where it says at the very bottom here, Cariad cross stitch. If you Google them, they have a Facebook storefront kind of thing. They sell it from there. Okay, this one's going to be a little difficult to show. Not so much, because okay, so here's my progress at the beginning of the year. I had his hat done, and I had gotten his little nose and eyes, and started in the gray, as all the gray. So, as the person who stitched it before, who I saw the stitched example from, that got me so interested, because he just is so adorable. And my husband he's from the Stewart lineage, clan lineage. His mother is from the Boyd clan, which is part of the Stewart clan. And so I was thrilled, because it may not be exact, but that's pretty close to a Stewart tartan. And just so cute. Alright, so I had to move the Q-snap down, but all of the progress that I have done since this is within the Q-snap, so he did not get removed from the Q-snap. So here is where I'm at. So as you can see, I did the beard tufts that stick out the side, and now I'm starting to bring runs of gray down into the beard itself. The person that stitched it before said when she got into the beard, it was grays for days, is how she put it, because that's a lot of, and it's a lot of color changes, very confetti in this pattern, but he's gonna be so cute. It's gonna be gorgeous, and I love when I get a chance to stitch on him. So he's being stitched on 32 count Lugana in taupe. Surprise there with all the called for DMC. This puppy has 46 colors. It has so many colors, the floss has its own project bag. So what I do is my smaller project bags that my Q-snaps can't fit into, like my So Much to Love, 8-inch can fit in there, but it doesn't fit in there well, so I use them as my floss project bags. He was started May 2020 for Stitch Mania. So he gets at least 1 day a year, usually more, because he does tend to fit into props. So I get him love when I can. Alright. So this next one is super cute. So this is a dimensions kit. Little, let's find where I can not have clear. There we go. It's called Marion Bright Bear. It's just super cute. It's a little funny to me because they always show polar bears and penguins together. Polar bears are in the North Pole, penguins are in the South Pole. They don't mix, because if they did, all the penguins would get eaten by the polar bears. But they always put them together. I think it's just funny. But this is just a cute little cross stitch. So now this one's not terribly exciting. I don't know if you're going to be able to see that. There we go. Just the white stitches so far. There we go. Better. You can see them. And I actually had a miscount, so I had to frog quite a bit. But that's fixed. And I am down. Wow. Let's find a good spot. Down to there. So I'm getting down to his feet, and then once I get all the white stitches in, then I start working on the shading that's in his fur, and that'll bring him out a lot more. But there he is so far, and this is being stitched on 32 count Lugana Arctic by Picture This Plus. That was apt to be a gray wintry sky, and it kind of looks like maybe it's snowing behind them. There are little ninja stitches for the snow, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna stitch them, not sure I'm gonna stitch or put beads or do nothing. We'll see once the rest of it is done, and I'll make that judgment call for that. So he was started July of 2023. It was a Magical Stitches prompt, something with a bear in it. And also it was Stitch New Jersey 3 and 3 New Start. So, I like to double purpose some of my stitching whenever I can. That's where I'm at with him. Alright, next one. So this is another one that's kind of tough to show, but it will be okay. We'll be fine. Because, let's see, where's your card? Where's your photo? There's your photo. This is The Night Walk Down by the Blue Flower. I think this is just a cool saying, and such a mythical type image where night is actually carrying the moon. So Night Walk Down, and of course there's a cat. I just couldn't pass this up. So find my previous picture. So this is where I was at. I had finished the woman figure. I think I did the moon. Bring that closer. I did the moon, but I didn't do anything else in that area. Well, I started the flower, but it turns out I had the right color, but I had the wrong company. And that's why the color just wasn't looking right. So I started the border in the bottom. And what I did, excuse me, is I worked the border across, turned the corner, and went up. I have pictures, but you can't really tell where the placement. So what I'm doing right now, this is bringing it up to this corner. I have the white stitches in for it, and now I'm just bringing this dark blue color up. The corner piece at the bottom, the white stitches are done, but the color part of that corner piece isn't, because I'm having trouble with the floss. It's asking for amethyst, but for some reason the amethyst that I've been able to get a hold of so far has a lot of brown in it, and that just doesn't sit well with me. So the next few retreats I go to, when I can visit cross stitch stores, LNS's, I will see if they have some amethyst that looks actual purple instead of brown. Okay, so bottom corner is down here, top corner is up here. I'm bringing this border up, and then we're going to go across. This is being stitched on 32 count color and cotton desert taupe. The fabric originally was a 40 count shrinking violet linen from Kitten Stitcher. Of course, I'm not stitching on linen, and linen never dyes the same for Lugana. And Kitten Stitcher is not real easy to get a hold of. And 40 count, I don't know. My eyes just can't handle 40 count. So this desert taupe had a purpley hue to it that I thought would work really good for this. The camera just can't. The camera cannot. No, they're kind of see it. It's a purple. It's a mauve-y background. Okay, so this is mostly called for. I know I changed the color of this dark blue in the border, but as I go along, I will keep track of what changes I've made. I know I had to change the color in her dress because the color that the designer used was a limited edition and was no longer available, so I picked a color for her skirt in her dress. I don't know if I changed the color I used in her hair or not. God. This was done so long ago, and this is one of those ones that really, I might be changing a lot of colors, so we're not gonna delve into that just yet. Okay, and as you notice, it's there because stitching up is difficult. So when I have to go up in a pattern, I turn it 180 so I can stitch down, and it works. This was started in May of 2020 for Stitch Mania. 2020 was a year where I did a lot of starts for Stitch Mania. And that works for me. Oops. Excuse me while I reach down for the packet of it. I was stuck for a while because of that flower incident where I was like, I don't know if I want to keep stitching on this after dealing with the floss debacle of the skirt. But then I figured out it was my mistake for having the wrong company. But by that point I had started on the border and had decided I would just stitch the border all the way around before I go back in to the center part. And that will take me a while. Okay, so this is One Nation. A lot of you are very familiar with this. A lot of people have stitched it. It was a big stitch along back in a while. So it's by Bygone Stitches. I think this was an out of print before, and I think because of the stitch along they re-released it. I don't know, but mine was a find off of the freebie table at StitchCon. My friend Sylvia found it. She already had started it. I had let her know, because she's one of my El Paso friends, let her know that I was interested in starting. She found it on the table, and she brought it to me. So this is my progress at the beginning of the year. Good bit of the blue grid for the stars, and I had put in a few of the stars. Now, I'm not happy with my white color. I'm using bamboo. Okay, let me give you the colors I'm using. I'm using Color and Cotton Mermaid's Fin for the blue, Color and Cotton Ribbon Red for the red, and I started using Color and Cotton Bamboo for the white. I'm not happy with how the white is showing up. So I think what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to do a test stitch of a star using, I'll do one using DMC white and one using B5200. And I'll make my decision if I want to change to one of those. But I re-Q snapped and moved it over so that I could bring the border over here. So I started bringing it over and down to finish this blue grid. I'm gonna finish the blue grid, and then I'm gonna do some of this kind of stymied me on the stars. So once I'm make my decision. I'll get the stars all in, and then I'll start on the stripes. But this is so much fun. Alright, so where's your card? I am stitching this on 32 count Jobelin and Sandcastle. So it's got this very subtle, pretty modeling to it. And so far the color blue is working really well on it. That color white, bamboo, it's showing up a little bit better on camera. In real life, it fades. So I'm gonna have to do some test stitching and make a decision. So I started this the 1st of January in 2023 as my New Year, New Start. I did not do a New Year, New Start this year. Today is the 1st of January. I kind of had a plan, but that plan fell through. So we're just gonna, maybe I'll still start it. Well, I'm gonna start it, but it might be like a StitchCon New Start, something like that. We just won't have a New Year, New Start for 2024. That's okay. Life is what life is. You just have to roll with it sometimes. So, you know, obviously when I'm going between projects, there's just gonna be some radio silence, because A, I don't have anything to talk about usually, and B, I got my mind's ruminating over certain things as I do it. Four more on this bin, and then I got one more bin after this to do. So this is one of those random projects that I keep on hand in case there's a prompt that's gonna be perfect for. So this actually got started because I started it on a scrap of light tan in a 28 Lugana, and then I decided I hated the coverage, so it got restarted on the 32 count. That's actually more of a 30 count Picture This Plus Petals Lugana. So it's a pattern from Daily Cross Stitch of a floppy disc, and its color is pink, so I call it pink floppy. Or did I? Yeah, the color of it was pink. Right now what you're seeing is and this did not get any stitches in 2024, so I don't have a previous photo that's going to be of any use. What you're seeing right now is the shady part of where the little metal slider bit is. So this gray is where I'm starting on the metal slider. And this is the window of the slider, so that gray will go around it. And after I finish that, then I'll start on the more pinky color that goes all the way around. Of course, it's got a white label with the gray lines for the writing. I'm an IT person, so this just was a fun thing to start, because floppy disk. I joined the Air Force in 1991, and that's when I started working in the IT field. I had an interest in it in high school, so it worked out. So this was started for a magical stitches prompt for Muggle studies. So you had to stitch on something that a Muggle would use, and a Muggle would use a floppy disk. So now that was the original start. When I restarted it, so the first start was in 2019. I restarted it in 2021 for a Bringo prompt. So that's where I'm at. Like I said, this is just around for whenever a very specific prompt. This is the only thing that will fit. It'll get stitches. I don't mind having something languish, something odd like this just languish. Because at some point it will come in handy. Okay, let's take a hydration break. I think my video last year was 2 hours and some change. This year, definitely, I'm probably gonna move into the 3-hour range. So those of you who love long WIP Parade videos, here's one for you. Those of you who don't can watch it in installments. I do that sometimes too. But I just don't have the time to right now. I'm working my way through caffeinated stitcher videos. I mean, she does it in parts, but still sometimes I don't have enough time to work my way through a full one of her videos. So I just pause and come back to it later. Ooh, I'm doing this out of order. Distraction. So this is Pray by Teresa Kogut, one of her Angel series. So it's just a fun, pretty project. So this is where my progress was at the beginning of 2024. There we are. And here is my progress. It's highly confettied stitching. So I've been pulling colors that are in her hair down, and if they go into the face, I've been pulling them in. So we're getting some progress. But it's tough stitching because it's very confetti. I mean, get up there in her hair. A lot of color changes. I mean, this part was easy because this is a solid color. The ring around the green part is confettied because there's changes, but that center area is a single color. I think that the variegation you're seeing is actually my gridding showing up, because the gridding is done with red Cajun fishing line. But once I pull that out, that will be a solid green. But she's coming along. I'm stitching this on 32 count Lugana, picture this plus Legacy, using all the called for DMC. And it was started May of 2020 for Stitch Mania. So my ultimate plan, I mean, one of the reasons I picked this to stitch is for my mother-in-law, because she loves angels. Don't know if it'll get finished by the time she passes away, but hey ho. That's how things are. Sometimes the intention is enough. Okay. This is another one of the 5 that didn't get any stitches in 2024. So we're not going to show a previous photo. This is my, what I call scarecrow silhouette. So it's a cornfield scarecrow. Now the pattern itself has 3 more, but I liked the idea of truncating it to just a single scarecrow. This pattern was in Just Cross Stitch Halloween 2015. Its designer, I believe, is Pickle Barrel Designs. Yep, Pickle Barrel Designs. So this guy is still out of his Q-snap because he never got added back into the Q-snap. And I'm stitching this on 32 count Joblin in Bittersweet Light. Got it from 123 Stitch. I figured this orange was a good summer, fall, dusk color, sky color, from living in Wisconsin. Sometimes that orange sky at night, just before the sun goes down, is what I was going for. And the floss I'm using is DMC 3021. It's a dark brown, so it has that silhouette, but before, when the light is low. You know, that's what I was going for. So I have all of the corn stalks done, and he got outlined, so now he's going to be, you know, back and forth potato stitching till he's filled in. And there's some ground that I have to finish right here, and then I have to decide if I want to put the moon in. There is a moon right there. Once he's done, I'll have to decide if I want to put something there. I don't think I'm going to, but I'm leaving that decision for future Trisha. And he's just good. He was started for monthly magazine. When monthly magazine challenge started, I tried to participate. I got some months done and some not. I think I can't remember if I got that year or if I skipped a few months or whatnot, but he was one of my monthly magazine starts. That's why he's from Just Cross Stitch Halloween, because I needed, the challenge was for something spooky. And having watched Children of the Corn, cornfields are spooky to me, especially cornfields where the stalks have gone dry in the fall. That's just creepy as shit to me. That was okay. So the fun fact: I was a latchkey kid. My mother had divorced when I was 7 and never remarried. Working mom. I had a lot of freedom, which is funny. I turned out really good. My brother's a little bit different. So I had to stop there because I have an update at the end. I'll share it with you. So give me a sec. Okay. We had HBO and Cinemax, or as other people call it, Skinemax. I had access to a lot of movies. The only movie my mom forbid me to watch when I was younger was Children of the Corn. So I waited till I was older because I was a good kid. Well, when I got older, into my late teens, I watched it, and I'm so glad I did, because I spent so much of my childhood in cornfields. I'm so glad she made me wait. Because now, since I've seen it, cornfields creep me out. Alright, so this next one is one of the patterns in Seashells and Seahorses by Dirty Annie's Southern Style. I am stitching the seahorse. I might eventually stitch the seashell pattern, but this is the one that spoke to me first. And I'm stitching with the called for fancy floss, and it's beautiful. Okay, so I was thinking that I might actually change my words to circles to this floss, but we'll see. See what I decide. Where are you? Seahorse. There we go. Okay. The beginning of 2024, I had just that much. That was probably one prompt of stitching. And let's get my floss out of the way. And this is where I'm at. Camera's struggling with this. Okay, there we go. There you can see it. So this is how much I've got done. This is being stitched on 32 white Lugana with the call for fancy floss, which is, get the pattern, cottage blue. I think it's a gentle art. Gentle, yep. Gassed cottage blue. And I'm loving that gradation. So that's one contender if I decide to change Cirque du Circles. I keep wanting to say Cirque du Soleil. Cirque du Circles. Just gorgeous. So I'm getting close to having to move the Q-snap up to finish his head. But he's got good progress. He's coming along. So this was started January of 2023 for a Magical Stitches prompt. I needed a whip with a horse in it. I don't have anything in my stash with a freaking horse in it. I'm not a horse person, but I had a seahorse. Figured it fit. So there it is. Yeah, he might just take like maybe 2 more prompts before he's done. Kind of leave him. I have to get a feel for this next year's main book series. If there's a chance that there's another horse prompt, I'm gonna need him. Or I might just have to, well, I mean, you can always do penalty stitches on any project. I try to avoid doing that. It's usually a point of pride for me to fit prompts. I do it as much as I can throughout the year. And it's kind of cool because it causes me to start projects that I've been wanting to start. You know, kind of thing. So, and sad thing is he's got to get stitches this month for a monochromatic. Although, someone posted a question: if you have a variegated floss in a monochromatic, is that still considered a monochromatic? And they said yes. If it's one color floss, even if it's highly variegated. So I might actually do circles instead of seahorse. That way I can keep him for that very specific niche of prompts. We'll see. We'll see what Trisha feels like in the next couple of weeks. As I work through meshing my magical stitches with Bringo. Okay, I'm gonna have to lean for this next one because this bin is at an odd angle. But it'll be all good. It'll work. Okay. My next project. It's been going for a while. It is Mirabilia's Silver Moon Tea. There it is. Let's get your card out and find your picture. Okay, so the picture is going to be kind of tough to see where you can tell from where the thread is at. I've got most of her done, and I'm working on the moon part. So there's the thread, and I don't know, can you see where I'm about there on the moon as of the beginning of the year. So she's getting stitches, she's just not getting as many as she has in previous years. Sometimes the prompts lean a certain way. But that's okay. It all works. So this is what she looks like now. It's in the camera, you're not gonna see much, but if I get up close, can you see? I'm bringing the moon down. So her shoulder is here and her hand goes up to the cup here. So I'm bringing it down where it shows in between those spaces. So once I finish the moon, then I'll start on the colored stitches in the part of her dress that's on her shoulder. And then it's gonna be skin. So, and I had planned on doing 1/1 skin on her. So we'll see. I probably will, because 1/1 skin is really pretty. It just has such a good look to it. But I'm already doing 1/1 skin on Azure Mermaid. And that's just fiddly. And I think I have to look. I think some of her skin colors are a blend. Let me see if I can. Okay, flesh colors. Yep. So 3 of her flesh colors are blends. That's gonna be tough to do 1/1. I mean, I've read you do one leg with one color and one leg with another. I might do that to test, to use this to test to see if it looks good, if it has the look that I'm going for. That's a future Trisha decision. But she's being stitched on 32 count Lugana in cream, because she's a full coverage. Any gaps you see are beads. This thing has a crap ton beads, because I don't know if you can see the gap between the moon and the other stitches. That's all beads. There's a margin of beads all the way around that moon, and she is highly bead heavy because she's a fancy lady. So she was started for a Magical Stitches prompt, something with brown thread. Because right here, you have a good bit of brown. And she was also started for my first Mira retreat, which is now called the Sirens Retreat in San Antonio. I kind of had a feel like maybe I should start a Mira at my first Mira retreat. So she got started then. But I'm happy I did because, see, what year was that? So it was 2019. What were we reading? I don't remember what the book series was in 2019. I just know it might have been Harry Potter, because boy did she fill a lot of prompts that year. She got a lot of progress in that year. Alright, so boom. Okay, the rest of this is going to be a lot of leaning, but that's okay. You do what you have to. Alright, so the next one is my third project in this series from Stitches Through the Years. I bought these off of Etsy. It's the spring is coming, and there is not a better picture. There's no full straight-on picture for this. This is the draped over something picture, so it's a little hard to see the detail, but you do what you can. So this is what it is. I think these little bitty Quakers are really pretty. So my previous picture is here, and I had just the teeniest little start. Just the teeniest. So here we are now, working on that center urn of flowers. And this is being stitched on 32 count light taupe Lugana. So two of the seasons were on taupe, and two of them were on light taupe, because the floss toss dictated such. So I am using the called for, except I changed the Classic Colorworks used brick to Weeks Dye Works Aztec Red, because used brick was a little too orangey with the browns that were in this pattern, I felt, so I changed it to Aztec Red, and I think it's working well. So this was actually the reason it was started. It was one of my 6 in 6 at New Jersey retreat. So it's not called Stitch New Jersey, in 2022. And that's where it's at. Summer is kitted, but I don't think I've actually started it yet. We'll find a reason to start it sometime. I finished winter, and I did that one first because that's the one that caught my eye. It just has the most pleasing aesthetic for me. But the others were pretty decent, and you know, if I can do a full series, I do the full series. Alright, this is one of my Marjolaine Baston patterns. I bought this at, I bought the kit at Ye Old Cross Stitch shop. Do I have it on the card? There it was. Because I was at Stitch, New Jersey one year. No, I didn't write it down. But it's Ye Old Cross Stitch. I think it's in Delaware. We took a road trip to go to it. And I bought this kit. So it's a Lennart kit of a Marjolaine Baston artwork called Summer Fruit. They had a stitched example of this, and it was just beautiful. I think this is the first one I started of a Marjolaine Baston, and I'm kind of hooked. Her art, and because it's watercolor, it translates so well to cross stitch. Gorgeous. Okay, so my previous photo is had that much done. I've yet to move. Yeah, I think I have yet to move the Q-snap. So let's get my thread up and out of the way a little bit better. And here's where I'm at. Just the shading is so beautiful. I love it. So this is being stitched on a 32 count Lugana Color and Cotton Salt Rock. And it's just this beautiful mottled, and it's a cool color, so I think just it called the floss toss was just turning out beautiful. Love it. So it's been being stitched with all the called for, not that called for, but all the kit threads. And I started it February of 2023, and Magical Stitches prompt: fruit found in an orchard. Booyah, apples and pears. Done deal. I'd been wanting to start this since I bought it, and just boom, done. Got it started, and I so enjoy stitching on this whenever a prompt it fits a prompt. I have a prompt this month, something with apples in it. So this is one of the contenders. I just have to see how it Magical Stitches and Bringo fit together to see if this is going to get chosen. I've got another Marjolaine Baston with an apple in it, and my Treasure Island actually has an apple in it. So okay, so the next one, this one, let's get your picture, get your card out. This is Sunset by Works by ABC. It's this really pretty sunset, but it's done with an underlying pattern. I thought that was just such a cool idea. I'm stitching it with all the fancy floss that's called for. Let's get your previous photo. Here's where I was at previously. Had that much done. I'm a little more than halfway. I think I'm roughly 2/3 can fit in the Q-snap. And this is where I'm at now. Get up, and I don't know if this camera's gonna catch it, but the gradation of it is just so pretty. Yeah, the camera just can't. In real life, this is just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And it's just going to keep moving down into the sun. I have fun when I stitch on this. I have found a couple mistakes though. Had to frog it just a teeny bit to fix. So it's a blocky connected like a grid, not a grid, so like a lattice work. There's the word. It's like a lattice work, and it has a pattern. Well, there are some points where there might be an extra stitch, or there might be a stitch missing within that overlaying lattice work. So I've been going through as I go down another row, and I scan it closely to see if there's any stitches that either I need to add or subtract. Because my OCD won't let me break the pattern of that lattice work. But this one is fun. So it's being stitched on 32 count white Lugana with all the called for fancy floss. It was started July of 2022 for one of my New Jersey retreats, 6 and 6. I thought it was pretty apt to start one of her patterns at one of her retreats. So that was how I decided on which pattern to start. One of the patterns I started that year. So, back in your project bag. Okay. This one. So this is going to be a little bit difficult to show. We work through it the best we can. Alright, so this, let's grab your card first. There's a lot of little pieces of parts of patterns. Here. There's your card. Okay, let's just pull everything out. And then we'll find it. Parts. And pieces. Eventually, I like to keep it in the back of everything, but as I pull this stuff out, there it is. Like I said, this is a big pattern and there's a lot of parts. It's many pages. Okay, so this is, let's take it out of its super glary cover. This is the Marjolaine Baston, The Four Seasons. It's a pamphlet that I got off of Etsy or eBay, I forget which. I don't know if she's still, I don't know if it's still in print, but I got mine as a used copy. There it is. When I started Summer Fruit, and I realized how much I liked Marjolaine Baston artwork, and I saw is it Colorado cross stitcher? No, Calico cross stitcher, not Christine. She finished this, and it is gorgeous. Gorgeous. Alright, I'm gonna put it back in its. And this is a fun one to stitch because they're individual vignettes. So you stitch one little vignette, and it's this mini, well, not so mini. There's a lot of color changes in them, but they're little mini finishes. Okay, so it's going to take a couple of pictures. So my end of year 2024 is this. I stitched the bench and the mushroom and the little, I think that's a hazelnut, and then the squirrel on the berm. Got those done. That's where it was. Okay, so then I moved on to the pumpkins, and then I went down to the border and I worked the border all the way around. This project has gotten stitches in every month in 2024 except for February, because I told you February was a wash and only one project, my kit start, got any stitches. But every other month this thing has gotten, and there's some months it got multiple prompts because it fits so many prompts. So it got a lot of stitches, and it's one that I have a kind of a motivation to just keep stitching on it because it is gorgeous. And so here's a picture of it that I took once I finished the border. So that border all the way around, that was a beast of a border, but it is gorgeous. I'm looking forward to the time, maybe next year, where I pull it out of the Q-snap and I can do a scan, because a picture is decent, just doesn't get the same depth that a real life does, but you get the gist. I finished the border. That was a good day. That was a good day. Alright, so now, since I finished the border, I moved the Q-snap to work on this winter basket vignette. So as you can see, the corners: spring, summer, fall, winter. And so my winter basket has gotten stitches. Got a pretty decent start. That's a fairly big vignette, but I am plugging away at it. So that's the thing with her pictures. Doesn't look like much until you have all the colors in. And then once all the colors in, you see the depth of it's amazing how well it starts to look once all the colors are in. But there we are. I got some stitches over here in the first, I think it's a black capped chickadee. It looks like there's like a other variant of a chickadee with a little bit of blue on his head. All of this is England, is UK flora and fauna. So I've had to look up some of them. Like there was one prompt where I had to stitch on something that started with a Y, and this is a yew tree berry. So I had to get pretty technical of what these varieties were to help with some of the prompts. But there it is. God, you can see some of that border. I loved this holly berry spring down here. I love holly. It's just beautiful. Okay, so this is being stitched on 32 count white Lugana with all the called for DMC, and it was started in October of 2023 for a magazine monthly pop-up event of Oh My Gourd. So you had to stitch on something that had a gourd in it, and there be pumpkins in this one, and I had wanted to start this. So boom, done. Got it started, and this is the one has gotten the most stitches in this past year. I'm very thrilled with it. All right, let's get your stuff. I mean, look at the stack of all the parts and pieces. Because I try to do each vignette, and sometimes the vignette is spread across a page break. So that's a lot of copying. But that, so happy with that one. Pull these 3 forwards. They're easier. Just 3 more. Ooh, we're almost done. So this one, and then I gotta download the files and get it into the editing software and get it pieced together and get it uploaded. Okay. I know I have a picture in here. And your card should be in the back. But it's not. There it is. Okay, so this is my Treasure Island pattern from Owl Forest Embroidery. It was a stitch along one year, and to be honest, while I have never read Treasure Island. I have plans to do it, so some of these characters actually speak to me a little bit more as I'm stitching them. But I was peer pressured into starting it from someone down in El Paso, and the funny thing is they ended up not starting it. But I ordered, it's a free pattern, but I ordered the floss from Owl Forest, their overdyed floss, and I bought a piece of, let's not get ahead of myself. Let's find your picture. It's right here. So this is where I was at the beginning of the year. Started working the border and then getting some of the corner filled in. So here is I'll just put you back there. Here's where I'm at. I have yet to move the Q-snap. I am very close to moving this Q-snap. So everything you see is my progress. It's being stitched on 32 count Lugana in Vintage Country Mocha, which I believe was the called for fabric. And now one note on the Owl Forest threads. I actually took a chance and I ordered the less expensive Russian floss based overdyes instead of the DMC based overdyes, and never again. I'm okay with doing it on this because this is just prompt stitching. This just, if I fit a prompt with this, it gets stitches. I don't have any real attachment to it. So I'll deal, the problem is it's very rough. You know, have you ever stitched with Krennic? The way it feels coming through the fabric, that, you know, not as bad, not to the level, but this has that same feel to it. It's just a horrible feeling pulling it through. I've tried using thread magic with it. It's only doing so much. But I mean, it's beautiful over dyed. It's turning, I mean, it's fun to stitch on when I need a prompt completed and it fits the prompt. I mean, it's fun because it's fit quite a few prompts. I needed a ship, I needed a chest. Like I said, this month, there's one with apples, and there's also flowers. So who knows if it gets. There was one I needed a sun, or I needed a moon, and there was a sun and moon. Like this month, there's one with a bird in it. I got a bunch of birds, but we'll see how all the projects from the two things mesh together. What projects I choose to stitch on this month. So, I started this July of 2023 for a Magical Stitches prompt. It had to be a monthly sal. So this was a monthly sal when it was done. I forget what year this was in. This might have been a 2022, because I didn't stitch it during. Well, no, I did start it in the year, because I remember the patterns came out in the installments, and I had to make sure. I have something on my desk that keeps catching my eye. I'm gonna put that in the trash. I'm getting easily distracted because I'm getting tired. So, yes. So I started it. It was the 2023. I started it, but it's not like I kept up with it. No. And I also started it for Stitch New Jersey 3 and 3. So this was a retreat start in addition to its prompt stitches. So, let's get your stack of pages back in the bag. I recently went through and I downloaded the whole pattern, and I went and I printed every page, and I got most of them so that I could get that vignette in that page. There's a couple that are just being a little tricky for the amount of stitching in that month part, but we'll get it done eventually, somehow. Alright, so this is a project that is close-ish to being done. So this is my Winter Snow Owl by Blackberry Lane Designs. And here is previous photo. See. So what I'm working on is the 1/1 snowflakes that are around him. You can see, hopefully, I started at the top and I went down that side and around, and I was at that point in it. So this is my progress. Let's get that floss. It's 1/1 stitching, and then once I finish the stitching, there's beads that's going to go in there. So as you can see, I worked up that side, and I am nearly at the top. And then after I finish it, add the beads and he'll be done. 1/1 stitching is fiddly, because He is being stitched on a 32 count Lugana in Picture This Plus Dwarf. So it's Picture This Plus, that means it's probably more of a 34 count. And that 1/1 stitching is, I need to use uber magnification to do it. So I'm using all the called for DMC. And then there will be one Mill Hill Petite bead. So pretty little silver iridescent one to mix in with the snowflakes. So he's close. I gotta be in the right frame of mind when I stitch on him, because it takes concentration. So he was started May 2020 for Stitch Mania. So there is him. We're down to the last whip. Let's take a hydration break. I'm taking a small drink so I don't have to suddenly get up and go pee. I mean, I know that once I stand up, it's gonna be a bit of a race. So this was another magazine start for Bringo. So Bringo, I needed a new magazine start for Bringo 2023. Thankfully, they've gone to where the prompts are you stitch on a whip or a new start of a magazine pattern. So this is Winter Squirrel from Just Cross Stitch Ornament 2011. And it's by the Victoria Sampler. And he's another one that didn't get any stitches in 2024. Now I am completely choosing my own colors, because what I did is I pulled from my remnant stash. So when I finish a project, DMC goes into a box, all the envelopes go into a box, all the fancy floss goes into another box. So whenever I can, I pull from those envelopes to go into projects. When it calls for one of those colors where there's not a lot of stitches, I pull the old envelope out. Sometimes I start a project and I go, I'm just going to pull from my fancy floss stash to do the colors. So this is where he is. I mean, he's not very big, so once I hit another couple prompts, he'll get done. But I think I have to decide on, he has a white belly. I already stitched his white belly. Can you see that? I stitched it in more of a tan color, and I'm not sure it shows up. I mean, in real life it does. So I'll have to decide if I'm going to keep that or not. But like I said, I'm just pulling from my fancy floss leftover stash to do his colors. Okay, he is being stitched on 32 count light taupe Lugana. No surprise there. And I stitched, like I said, January of 2023 for a Bringo prompt of a magazine new start. So he's going to be a cute little Christmas ornament when he's done. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure I'll have a start. Throw that over here. That was a pattern from a previous project in this bag. I'll have a project with that requires a squirrel. And he'll get stitches. Who knows? He might get enough stitches to finish him. So what I was thinking also, let's back up. I have these things in my bag. So, grab his picture out again. So, he's holding a little acorn right there. And I think the acorn is stitched. No, it's a charm. That is... no, it's stitched. But I had an idea of replacing it with a charm. Let's put it that way. So I don't know if you can see. I ordered some acorns, but they're... let's do this. These ones were just too big. So I ordered other ones. They're close, but they're still a little too big. Now I gotta get my glasses. Well, these are pine cones. So I don't think those aren't gonna be. So I have to decide if one of these little charms will look good as his acorn. Probably not. I'll probably just have to stitch that acorn in there. So, best laid plans not coming to fruition. Couldn't find an acorn charm small enough for it, but we will persevere. So, let's do this. Just throw it. At some point, those acorn, I mean, maybe when I, no, here, itch. Maybe when I finish him into an ornament, I'll use the acorn as a dangly bit. I think that's what I'm... Now once I'm done and I'm finished, if you want to show him as an FFO, if you want my floss colors, just let me know. I will happily share those with you. This was just a random piece of paper on my desk. Okay, there we are. There's all my whips. Whew. So many, but we got through them. It is 1:30 a.m. I'm usually up at this time. Good God, though. Depending on how long it takes to move the files over and then do the editing, I might get that done. I'll get it rendering and then I go to bed. Because I gotta go to work tomorrow. But I don't work until 11 a.m. is when my normal shift starts. So I have a little bit of leeway with these late night projects. Okay, so life update. Okay, so my son is 18. Still can't wrap my head around the idea I have a child that is not nearly a child anymore. He's graduating high school this year. He was an October baby, so he started a year later than most of his peers. So he turned 18 in October. He graduates in May. He's in the welding course, or yeah. So they did, this high school has your core classes, and then they have a track for something specific. His first year he did computer science and he decided he didn't like it, so my husband and me decided we would talk to him is to see if he wants to try the welding track, and he did. He tried it. He loves it. So that's awesome. He has a trade skill, which is so awesome. So when he graduates, we're going to pay for him to go up to the college. The local college has a good welding program, and get his industry certification that way. And then we'll see what happens after that. Just wow. My little boy is not a little boy anymore. I am still, well, yeah, I'm still, because last year, I don't know if I did life stuff. Last year, if I told you, I am a GS, government service employee working on base. I take care of the computers that the maintainers that work on the aircraft and the equipment that the aircraft needs. The computers that they use to view the technical data to do the work. I maintain those computers. I am a one-person shop at this point. It's a lot of work for one person. But, excuse me, I do what I can. I have a perfect storm right now, which is why I say it's insanely crazy. The Air Force mandate for the transition to Windows 11, the date kept getting pushed back, and the last I heard was October of 2025. So I was pacing myself to do the tech refreshing of the devices that couldn't support Windows 11 that were out in the squadrons. And some point a couple of months ago, I saw an email that chilled my fucking blood. So October is the date for devices that can support Windows 11. January 15th is the day that devices that cannot support Windows 11 are going to get cut from the network. So my timeline got cut by 10 months. And I'm like, fuck me. So the past couple months I've been busting my butt trying to get all of the tech refreshes done before that 15 January date. In addition to that, the comm folks in the Air Force did a massive scan for vulnerabilities and quarantined a crap load of devices. And my devices are extremely likely for quarantines because they're not always connected to the network. They spend a lot of time out on the flight line or in the back shops. And sometimes the tool room folks are just not great about connecting them when they go into the cabinet. So they have these big cabinets with a bunch of drawers so that each laptop can live connected to power and network in the cabinet. They're not the greatest about pushing that cable in. So anyways, I had a massive influx of what I call touch maintenance. So devices coming in that are already in use in the squadrons, that come in for my attention, whether it's sending something in for a warranty replacement of a part. Had a spectacularly smashed screen. It was spider web. So that's the good thing about the devices we have. They're GTAC brand, and the Air Force gets a bumper to bumper warranty. It doesn't matter what it is, how it happened. I send it in and it gets fixed. It's perfect. Or if it just needs a reimage, like quarantine, I reimage it. A lot of stuff comes in, I simply reimage it because code gets corrupted as it gets older and older on the device, and with multiple people logging in, it's more likely to happen. And as more people log into the single device, profiles take up space. So sometimes the device runs out of space. So I just re-image it. Okay, so I have this huge influx. I got work centers that are down to less than 50% of their devices. So I'm working the tech refresh issue at the same time I'm working on these quarantine touch maintenance devices. And then I get told, you're moving to another building after the new year. I'm like, fuck me. Can you load anything else onto me at the same freaking time? I mean, granted, the move is a good thing. It gets me all of my, because right now I have a bunch of storage in another building, and that's taking up office space, and I hate doing that because that means that the squadrons are always going to ask me, can you move your stuff? We need that office. So I am moving to a hangar, rooms that are in the hangar. They're perfect for me. So all of my storage is going to be in one space. I'm going to have more space. Perfect. I've been asking for this for 2 years. Over 2 years. Finally get it, but it's at the worst time possible. Good news is I got tech refreshes nearly done. The last squadron has half of their tech refresh devices, so they'll at least have a good number of devices to work from. When their old devices just suddenly stop working. And I have 7 spots on my bench, my workbench. So 5 have been dedicated to tech refreshing, and 2 have been dedicated to the touch maintenance. So I've been slowly working through some of the touch maintenance. I've got 3 of the back shops resupplied with their devices they brought me. So I'm working on a 4th. And then the pisser of it is when I've got a good rhythm going and like I have something go wrong with the network. Something's not working right and it delays me. It's so frustrating. Okay, so that's why I said insane. Anyways, okay, so the other thing that's a big news is, so I have 2 older brothers. The middle child of my family, I'm the youngest, committed suicide. It's just sad. It breaks my heart that he felt that he couldn't reach out, that he couldn't do anything. I kind of understand his situation, but anyways, it just makes me sad. So like when I talked about my brothers, but life goes on. But I always try to find a bright spot in things. This is prompting me to actually make a trip to Wisconsin and see what family I have left. So in May, I'm going up to my hometown because my aunt on my dad's side of the family is doing a memorial remembrance day for any family members that we've lost in the past year. Because seriously, I'm getting older. The people are just starting to drop. So I've had a few aunts and uncles pass away, and now my brother, because both my parents passed in 2016. Yeah. So, all right. So this is enough of a life update. It's late here, and thank you for everyone who stuck around. If you didn't stick around for the life update, I can't blame you. Sometimes people are just interested in stitching. But I know some people like a little bit of life. And really not a whole lot happens here. It's a lot of Groundhog Day type of stuff. But I have plans for this next year. I am doing magical stitches again. I'm doing Bringo. I plan to do AB Singo. I'll probably do Jingle Ball again. If I'm in the right frame of mind, we'll do Mania. I did kind of a quasi-mania this past year. Every project that was on a certain day got stitched on that day, and then any days that were open because I finished the project that started on that day, I got a new start in. So we did a quasi-mania. I forgot to talk about that. Okay, anyways, I'll make a note for next year to remember Stitch Mania. Okay, so Stitch Mania I'll try to do again, and I did not participate in either the Sun City Stitchers. They do a March Madness stitching event, and they do a college football stitching event. I did it last year. I did it in 2023, but not in 2024 because life was just too busy during that time. So cross-stitch retreats, my plans, I can't tell you specifically all of them, but Stitch Away, StitchCon, doing the Dirty Annie, doing Sirens as long as it doesn't conflict with StitchCon. I couldn't do the Sirens Bare Bones January retreat because it was at the same time as Stitch Away. Hopefully he doesn't do Sirens conflicting with StitchCon in June like it was 2 years ago. Any Albuquerque retreats that don't conflict with other retreats I go to both the fall and the spring. If she has a spring, she didn't have a spring in 2024, but any El Paso retreats, if I can, any of the San Antonio area retreats that pop up, they're very sporadic. They're not during a certain time of year because it's just a small group that decides, well, yeah, we need to get together. I love doing those because they're small. It's a small group, and it's just such a fun trip. Now, one that I'm going to Steel City Stitchers. One I decided to cut out this year is Stitch New Jersey, not because I have a lot of fun on, but it's a longer flight, so the flights cost more, and I'm not happy with Newark. Newark is a problematic airport, so I had to cut one out, so I decided to cut out Stitch New Jersey. It's always sad though to cut one out. I added a new one to give it a try. To see if I like it. I'm going up to Stitch North in Toronto. I got my passport redone because it had expired. I got my global entry, so I'm ready to do some. It's been a while since I've done international, and it's be my first time in Canada, so I'm excited about that one. We'll see how it goes, if I continue to do Stitch North or not, or if I do it again. I think I'm having thoughts about maybe cutting back as much as I can for 2026. I don't know, because I have some dental work. I have a major dental overhaul to do. I mean, you notice I'm missing. That was my first crown and it fell out. So, but I have a big dental overhaul to do, and I'm thinking 2026 might be the time to do it. So that's going to be costly. So I'm thinking I might have to pare back on some of the retreats. I mean, the givens are Stitch Away and StitchCon and Stitch More, Camp Stitch More, and Stitching in the Mitten. But I don't know, maybe I'll not do StitchCon because I'll have to think about it. We'll see what happens. But 2025, I'm doing the retreats. 2026 is my plan is to cut back so that I can do some other life stuff in that year. We'll see how that pans out. I know I'm gonna get FOMO so bad, but it's something that's gotta get done. It's gotta get done. So I think I can hold out for another year before we do the complete overhaul. But oh well. We will have fun this year and try to be an adult in 2026. Alright, so that's I'm gonna call this a wrap. I am happy to have this done, and I hope you enjoyed watching an extremely long whip parade. I like to do it in one go. If I had as many whips as Caffeinated Stitcher has, I would break it up into segments, but I have just enough. I feel like I can do it all in one go. Who knows? If I increase next year, maybe I do a split. Who knows? But I've never done a segmented video before. Okay, anyways. Done. Check this one off. Another one for the books. A big old whip parade and a end of year wrap up. Okay. Alright, so we'll catch you next time. It might not be until next year changeover. Who knows? Because work life is crazy. And until they get me a second person in my office, it's still going to be a one-man operation. Okay, anyways. Happy stitching, everyone, and we'll catch you next time. Bye.